What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Braethorn, and there's an effect on, and I don't know why that effect was on, but what's up? Welcome.
I much prefer this effect.
But that's not the one that was on by accident. Thank you, Roadcaster Duo. But you know, sure, why not? That's what happened. That's what we're going with. We're just starting with the, I don't know, what do I call that one? CB radio. It's like a CB radio effect, I guess. Yeah. That's the one. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you here. We are trying something a little different tonight. For those watching on YouTube, some people might be scrolling through YouTube Shorts and stumble upon this stream. If that's you, click through to the real thing, because you're not going to really be able to see much later on. YouTube now allows me to, well, they now offer a thing where they can, where it can auto-generate a vertical stream for you. And I was just testing it earlier, and it's a little odd. It's a little bit odd. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna use it again, I think, but we'll use it tonight. Also, I don't know if there's a separate chat for that. I don't think so. But what's going on? MK Loomis, welcome. Bone Shock, how's it going? Angry Beaver, welcome. Oh, I don't have y'all on the screen. Hold up. There we go. That's fixed. That's from when I was recording earlier. But yeah. Angry Beaver, happy to see you. Let's see. Steve, MK Loomis, let's see, you started in YouTube, moved over to Twitch. That's all good. I mostly watch streams on Twitch myself, unless it's a creator that does not stream there and only streams on YouTube. Steve, welcome. Gary, welcome in. Shadowwind, how you doing? Wavy, how you doing? Robert Fixit, welcome. Z-Mascar, welcome. B-Stove, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, it's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, here we are. And I don't know, guys. Like, for those of you who were here on Sunday, and I recorded the video that is currently in editing right now, that should be coming out tomorrow, featuring Black Friday deals, I feel like I didn't cover enough. Because I knew that each one I did cover would be... I would take too long on each one. So I might just record a little thing saying, hey, you know, later Bray here, just letting you know there's going to be a lot more in the spreadsheet that's linked in the description. If you want to check those out, I just went over some of these in detail, basically. So there you go. I might just do it that way. Spartan, what's going on? Welcome. Braxton, how you doing? Cherokee Vapors, welcome back. How's it going? You set out those last two tiers? Not really. Not really. As a matter of fact, so the Onware, the new editor, well, newer editor for the channel, basically. I asked him, I was like, hey, I reacted pretty negatively to that. Can you edit some of that out, basically? Because it really, looking back on it, it was funny. So I want to like highlight that. It's funny. It is funny that happened. I just watched you for 4 hours last night. Oh, you watched the VOD. Okay. I imagine that's what you did. Unless it was other content. But I appreciate the viewership, Cherokee. Thank you. Thank you, Cherokee Vapors. Appreciate it. Michelle Milton, welcome. How's it going? Glad to see you. I was thinking about something. See, seeing you come in, Michelle, with the green on your name there, meaning that you're a channel member. Thank you for that, by the way. It makes me realize, like, because YouTube channel membership is, I think, in some ways, has some extra benefits to it versus, and this is no shade to my Twitch subs, obviously. Like, thank you guys, obviously. I feel like there's more that can be offered to YouTube memberships. You can get like exclusive videos. You can get exclusive. Well, I guess I could do a sub-only stream on Twitch as well. You can get member-only streams, things like that. And while I don't angle for much in terms of YouTube memberships or, hey, Twitch subs, because Cherokee Vapors has dropped a Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. Cherokee Vapors, welcome back to the Swarm. Well, I don't push those things that much. I don't know. I've like just choosing to do it is just showing extra support. You know what I mean? I don't know. That was definitely funny in the moment, seeing it click and change like that. Yeah. And the little message popping up saying prices have changed for something in your cart. I was like, what? DF Starfield, welcome. How's it going? How the heck you doing? Griggins1, welcome. How's it going? But yeah, so what we're going to be doing is we're doing our PC matchmaking thing tonight, like we usually do. It's just got a Black Friday flavor to it. You know what I mean? So, as it would, right? So we're gonna do that. I will basically, I basically right now have already part of a list. We can also work on that list a little bit together. MK Loomis, thank you for joining MK Loomis joining the Swarmies on YouTube. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, MK Loomis. I don't have a thing that shows that on screen, but thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. Like I said, I haven't figured out what I can do extra there, but I will say that on YouTube, they do, I don't know, I don't like the fact that you can't provide custom emotes to just subscribe YouTube subs, which is just free, right? It's not like Twitch subs, which are paid, but like Twitch follows are like subs on you, whatever. You get it. You get it. You're smart. Y'all are smart. I can't, like on Twitch, if you just follow the channel, I can give you get custom emotes. On YouTube, you have to be a member for that, and that's annoying. Right, Sailor. Sorry about that. I still don't know what YouTube is doing. And I don't know if it's a setting, maybe in my stream. I don't know. But it's just not showing the custom names. Natty the Panda, welcome. I'm here early. Oop, actually, I was late. But you're right on time. Whenever you show up is right on time. Braxton says, I held a 1590 in my hands today. Sick PCs were walking me through an issue I was having, and I just think because of your channel, I know what a GPU is. Yeah. And it's all good now. Instant response to my issue. I'm sorry to hear there was an issue. Those things do happen with computers. But I'm glad that you got your instant response and everything's good. Joel and True, welcome. Giving it up. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. So, yeah, so what we do here for anyone who is just joining in for the first time, if you're like, what the heck is PC matchmaking? Think of like when you're going to do your shooty games and you're on a team and you do matchmaking and it finds the right thing that suits you. So the right, whatever. It's not really that great, but also like, I don't know, other matchmaking where it's like, oh, you tell me what you're looking for and I find it for you. But instead of in a romantic partner, it's a computer. I guess when I talk about it, it's a little weird. So the way to do it, though, if you're watching on Twitch, you will notice that in chat, although it doesn't show on the screen right there, Stream Elements will regularly post this thing that says, want help getting the right PC for your budget needs? Fill out this form. And at the end of that paragraph, it has a form there, a link. You click the link, you fill out the form. Those watching on YouTube, it's a little easier. Just go to the description. It's the first thing in the description. Click that link and fill out the thing. There is no way YouTube is that far behind. Okay, it's caught up. Orcast says, when you want it to be FPS, everyone is telling you to be Mercy because nobody else wants to be the heals. Well, what if you found the perfect team for you? Just want to say thank you. I ordered my second Alexander PC today. Upgrade from the Archon to the Gladiator, says CB74. Congrats on that, CB. That's an awesome move. That's an awesome move. Oh, Shadowwind is Alice. Hi, Alice. How are you? I already said hi, but it's like I'm saying it all over again. Natty says, you know, ever since last stream, I'm watching more PC building and just general hardware stuff, and I'm a bit incredulous. Ooh, big word. It's a good word. About how, like, the RX 550 is a 2017 GPU, and I'm sure it's entry level, but the fact that it isn't much better than my from 2012 still boggles my mind so much. That's the thing is, Natty, leaps and bounds in GPU hardware have been weird for the last few generations. You have, like, a lot of the leaps and bounds have been having at the very top, tippity top, and some mid-range stuff, yeah. And less of it is in hardware, more of it is in the ones and the zeros, and you know, things like AI upscaling, frame generation. There is, if you look at something like the 5090, yeah, there's a big hardware change going up to 32 gigs of VRAM, stuff like that. But you go down to, like, if you look at it, going down to the GPU just below that, it is literally half the amount of VRAM because it is literally half the price. Yeah, it's been out of balance for a long time. But like comparing something like the 5060 to the 4060, it's not a huge leap in performance. It is just not. But the prices sure have been creeping up. Razriel says, is it possible to build a decent machine for at or under $800 US that can handle moderate to high bandwidth software? Bandwidth software. You mean like a demanding software? And browsing and low to moderate gaming. What do you mean when you say high bandwidth software? Do you mean it just needs like a lot of cores? It's just demanding, requires a lot of RAM? What do you mean by that? Bandwidth is usually for transmitting data over the internet or different things like that. Yeah, it's usually it's usually a communications thing. Or just data transfer in general. That's bandwidth usually. How long will RAM prices be increased for, do you think? Spartan, it's been estimated by RAM companies that it would be at the very, it's going to be a year, 2 years. We have no idea. We have to kind of just accept it as that's what's happening now because of the wonders of AI. Roundo note, they got back to me about the white change and even were able to change the cooler and RAM for only a $110 upgrade. Sweet. Sadly that I couldn't justify that 180. It would have been to upgrade the sleeves to the streamer ones. So for now, just getting white ones. Yeah, MK Loom, that's a thing, is it's honestly, to me, more of an aesthetic change to change the color of the components in the case. Like, that's, I think, more drastic than some light up cables. I think you made the right choice. Moderate to high browsing and software usage. Okay, so the thing about it, Razriel, is that I could have maybe said yes to that a couple of months ago. But RAM prices now are nearing triple what they normally were. And that one component alone is going to push that same PC to like $1,100. So I have to say no to that. I don't think that's possible now, because storage and RAM are they have increased by a couple orders of magnitude. So yeah. Whereas they're just browsing the web videos, etc. They could get away without a gaming GPU, iGPU only. But they specifically said gaming, though, or Chaos. They specifically said gaming. Probably best just buying RAM now then. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like they basically know we're going to buy it. Like, it's such a critical component. And it's also storage. Spartan, do not forget, it is also storage. Shopping right now for PC parts. That's not great timing, I'll tell you. I may buy myself another. Here's the thing. Here's what really gets me. Do y'all know how many people waited for this particular week to buy their stuff? Like, some people will wait literally months because of Black Friday. This is why, like, I try to do stuff for Black Friday. I have to. It's part of my job as a tech content creator. I also hate Black Friday because it leads to stuff like this, where people will put off something that they want to buy for literal months. And like 70% of Black Friday deals are not actually real. And now people are not going to be paying 20, 25% less for their parts. They're going to be paying triple. Because, like, if you can afford something now, with the way the market has been, you just get it. I mean, not now. I mean, like, if it was a couple months ago, if you could afford a thing then, you just get it. Saving 20, 25% on something, even saving 50% on something, we don't know when there will be shortages. The market is just, this all year, it's been all over the place. It was tariffs first, and also just shipments being sent to other countries rather than coming to our ports because of the crazy tariffs. Actually, no. First, it was GPU shortages. GPUs, like, hey, we're going to launch these GPUs. They're going to be great. Nope, we're not. We can't get them. Can't buy them. Well, our MSRPs were a lie. Then it was tariffs. Then it was this nonsense. The moral of the story is, do not wait for a sale. Do not do that unless it's a couple weeks away. Like, if it's November 1st, maybe, yeah, you can wait a little bit. If it's November 10th, that, you know, probably you should. But since August, it's just been like, and then it was like, like crazy. I can buy myself another PC, but I'm wanting a Linux PC from System 76, and they seem nice, to be honest. There are also other SIs, Zintech, that will do Linux as well. Particularly boutique ones will do it for you. Some will. I don't know if Alexander PCs will. Maybe. That's a maybe. Tech Grant, what's up? Welcome. CB74 just joined the YouTube Swarmies. Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the Swarm. Unless you buy a... I turned it off. Stop it. I hate those smart pads. They're so bad. Unless you buy a SAR-9 from Palmetto State Armory. That deal was crazy good. Is that a gun? You're talking about buying guns? Okay. Not quite the stream, but sure. Do you think the increase is in response to the plans to expand the production in the U.S. or push the increased returns for overseas company, or both? The increase is in response to demand due to AI data centers being built at a breakneck pace. It's not because of production here. It's because of data centers being built all around the world. For the rush to, I guess, throw everything at the AI bubble until it bursts. All Factors 5, I don't know what you said there that got censored, but okay. I guess they don't use RAM. As people started saying, the world when it's my time to be an adult. Yes. You can put Linux on just about any computer already too. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can dual boot. But yeah, CB74, I appreciate you joining the Swarmies there. Thank you. A CB here. Which rate? Please say CM. Oh, okay, that's okay. That's military talk stuff. Okay. No lie, I don't keep an eye on things, so I had no idea about this crazy jump till I saw your video. I was gonna wait till next year to do any kind of upgrade but because of you and Alexander PCs, I get it a year early. I don't have to worry about all the prices now. Yeah. Plus, you went with the 265K. Personally, IMO, the best deal in CPUs on the market. It's crazy. It is so crazy. So crazy good. You had a choice between an 8-core and a 20-core CPU, and you said, yeah, I think I'll take that 20-core one. Yeah, that's like 12 more cores than that other one. Yeah, I think I'll take that. Yeah. That is so many acronyms. I hope people who look at that cropped vertical stream, which looks like terrible quality, by the way, I hope they look at that and they say, yeah, this isn't designed for this. Let me go to the real stream. I definitely hope that happens. Okay. I heard GPU prices going up soon. Yeah. If you're able to get them, yes. 2026, probably the first 2 quarters of 2026 are going to be terrible. There are SIs out there that are literally buying up thousands of SSDs and kits of RAM in anticipation of prices continuing to go up. I talked to one of them today. In a way, it's a bit of a bittersweet taste for me. Like, yeah, I would rather this not happen at all, but also now Americans and Europeans actually get to feel what it's like to try and build any kind of computer in South America. Natty, that's the thing. It's been doing this in cycles. We've been going through cycles of shortages and price hikes and scalping since 2020. Like, it's where we're like, okay, like we get it and we sympathize, and it's really terrible. Can the rest of the market please level out and stay that way, please? Oh no, like you remember when you first talked about being from Brazil, I said it's really hard to get parts there. Like, I feel for you on that, because we have experienced that off and on here. Of course, it's certain things like cases and power supplies and motherboards. We can get all that stuff, no problem. Yeah. But DDR5 prices are back to, like, you know, the launch of 12th gen Intel and 7000 series Ryzen and AM5, where it was just exorbitantly expensive to buy DDR5. Thanks. What's up, Simple Green? How's it going? Thanks for the Black Friday reminder. Had to cancel my PS5 sub before it re-up full price. Oh, do they do a thing for the subscription service? Robert Fixit, welcome to the YouTube Swarmies. Let's go, nerds. Welcome back to the Swarm. Much appreciated. Thank you. Geez, for a minute there, I thought you guys were talking about the Scientology boat helper kids. Oh, okay. Little War says, have you ever used Linux? Yes, I have in the past. But because at that time, I had to focus on Windows and iOS because those were the 2 things as an IT technician I was supporting. So I never really got super into Linux, but of course I have. In fact, I mean, I've studied, I've worked with Linux. I studied Unix operating systems in college and just things like that. I don't know that I agree. The AI-centered demand is no different than the Bitcoin rush, which also caused prices to spike massively, except it's not like the Bitcoin rush. The Bitcoin rush was not reliant upon system memory. It was reliant upon GPU power. So it disproportionately affected GPU pricing and availability. At this juncture, the world economies are so focused on building AI data centers that require entire servers, which means all the parts for those, that they have pushed NVIDIA to $5 trillion valuation. And RAM companies have told us this is unprecedented, okay? This is what it's going to be, a year or two at least of this. So I disagree with you that it's no different than the Bitcoin rush. That is a completely different thing. The Bitcoin rush was like, you didn't have major companies, corporations that run the world doing this. That's who's doing that now. Plus startups galore being funded with billions of dollars, along with the major tech companies, your big seven, doing this. There was nothing like this in the crypto surges. Nothing like this. So, I guess agree to disagree. But yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, yeah, like the cryptocurrency surges were completely different. As far as causes for shortages can go, you cannot get more different than these two things, than the AI boom and the crypto boom. Very, very different. I see where you're coming from, but I disagree. I don't need RAM. I have an extra 32 gig kit. What's your 2 terabyte SSD to get? Cherokee, there's a lot. I mean, what are you going to use it for? You know, I will always ask that. I will always ask what you're going to use a thing for. If you're just using it for game storage, if you're using it for storage for things you're going to constantly use, do you want it to be very fast? Do you want it to just be any M.2 drive you can get your hands on? Do you want Gen 5, Gen 4? There's a lot of questions to that. But there's some Gen 5 drives that are right now that have not been affected yet. I'd have to look one up that haven't been affected as much. But really, what you probably do is go to PC Part Picker, and I'll show you. What you probably do is go to PCPartPicker.com, and then you go to Products, and you go to Storage. You go to the capacity that you want. And you said 2 terabyte. Okay, and then we sort by price. Oh, we want to have M.2. So just come down here, pick M.2 2280. There you go. And you have it sorted by price, and then you just see which ones are currently still cheaper. Now, if you want a certain PCIe gen, you go here. PCIe 5.0 X4. And the P510 2 terabyte is one of the best deals you can get right now. This is not, and even the crucial drives. I was actually talking to somebody from an SI about this. These crucial drives are very weirdly coming in at a low price for Gen 5 storage. It's insane, and people should be snapping these up like crazy. Okay? This is something I'm going to be talking about. Well, I should have talked about. Here you go. There you go. So the P510 is a PCIe 5.0 drive, and it's not one of the fastest ones. It's not. But it's going to be up there with Gen 4 drives for 140 for 2 terabytes. That's very good right now. Okay, because if you come down here, you're going to start seeing the price really quickly jump up. Like I was getting, let me see, the 9100 Pro. Well, it's only up $40. I guess maybe right now they're trying to price these down for Black Friday. I don't know. So Gen 5 is okay. If we switch to Gen 4 though, or if we add Gen 4 into the mix, P310, 134, PNY, CS, let's see. Yeah, you're seeing quite a few Gen 4 drives, like this MP600. I think that's Gen 4. Inland QN450 jumped up to more than some of these Gen 5 drives from Crucial. 139 for this. For Gen 5, this is Gen 4, and it's more expensive. So Gen 4 is getting affected sooner, like more than Gen 5 right now. Kingston NV3, one of the cheapest drives, like that's a quality drive, is more expensive than Crucial's lower-end Gen 5 drives right now. Which is crazy, by the way. Or it's the same price as it just about. SN580 versus a T705 2 terabyte. And they are about 30 cents apart. 30 or 40 cents apart. So I would say maybe look at the Crucial T705 in 2 terabytes and go with that. There's also T500. I believe T705 is going to be faster. Sequential read, 12,000 megabyte per second. And if you look at T500, sequential read is half that. So yeah, go to the T705, 2 terabytes. There you go. Someone gave me this tip earlier today. Greed, Tech Blacksmith, what's up? Greed is all behind the boom and bust cycles. I mean, greed is behind trade and opening and running a. It's not. I mean, greed. I guess you could label it as that. But yeah, I mean, every single business exists for profit, unless it's literally a non-profit. Yep, Sony does a discount for the live subscriptions for Black Friday. Higher discount, higher tier usually. I'm not just doing it enough to justify it, doing it again. If I don't cancel, then it's full price resub. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I have a friend who wants to sell her computer, and I talked to my boyfriend who does live in the U.S. to absolutely buy it ASAP from her because she's selling a computer with a 2080, 32 gigs GDDR5 for $600. Yes, buy that now. Yeah. Right now, that 32 gigs of DDR5 is like $300. That's half of that value. They don't know what they have. Watch, they put a post on Facebook Marketplace saying, I know what I got. And they don't know what they got. Anyway. What's up, Chris? How's it going? Welcome. Z-Man said, I looked at the 64 gig RAM kit I bought for $195 a few months back. Same kit is now $580. Triple the price. That's what I was saying earlier. Triple the price. Is Gen 5 significant for many common use cases? Common use cases, Razriel, not really. I hope I'm saying that correctly, by the way. Just generally, it's mostly going to be noticeable when you move large files, which is why I say for most gamers, like, it's not necessary. Oh no, she knows. It's just she recently upgraded, like, just before the RAM explosion, so she's like, I don't mind selling it for this price, and I'm like, I'm glad you think so. I am happy. That's awesome. I hope it's not shipping stuff there. I hope it's not like Canada where you have to pay duties on it. Because that has proven to be when my editor was when I had an editor in Canada, and I would send him upgrades for his PC or just a bunch of parts for a PC or anything like that, he would have to pay duties on that, and it was a big chunk. No, even Gen 4 doesn't really help gaming, etc. There you go. However, or Chaos, right now, if Gen 5 is costing the same or less than Gen 4, you get Gen 5. Gen 4 is the prices are rising. Like, let's see here. This is like, ooh, B&H. That's where the price is low. That's sick. I've said for a while now, B&H is low-key a great place to get parts like this. But if you look at the pricing on memory seats, over $300. But $160 at B&H and on Amazon. But let's look at that. Let's look at one of these. Let's look at the SN580. Walmart pricing jumped up. This red is SanDisk. Newegg. Oh my God. Newegg, what are you doing? Where are you? Where did you go? You can't see this. Hold on. It just went up. It just went to the top. It's off the charts. It just went wee in August. I told you guys. I've told you guys. Newegg sees opportunity to price gouge, and they're just like, to the moon. But we're like, yo, that's not what to the moon means. And they're like, the moon. Wow, that's crazy. They've just been up off the charts. It's crazy. And it's 135. It's not insane-o, but anyway. Nice Blues Brothers. Thank you. This t-shirt, link for 100. This t-shirt I got at the O'Hare, Chicago O'Hare Airport, and there was a shop there called Shy Boys, which is like Chicago boys, right? And this is their art. Like, they do custom art, custom designs. They have a shop in Chicago, but then they opened up a place in the airport, and because I was there for my flight like 2.5 hours early. I ain't missing a flight, even if American Airlines really wants me to. And I just chatted with them for like, I don't know, 45 minutes. It was great. And this is the design that really got me, so I went for it. Oh, the computer ain't for me. It's for him. He has he spoofed his laptop with a needle. And I'm like, please, you deserve better. Just buy this. Okay. All right. I don't want to be a lame-o or anything. I do try to sort of keep, because I show chat on screen, I do try to keep the lingo a little bit. That's the wrong button. Just a little bit cleaner. Because I don't know. And don't ask me why. I cuss all the time off stream and out of videos. I do. But on streams, I try to keep it pretty clean. Newegg and Angry Beaver. I know I've told you that before. And honestly, it doesn't bother me, but it might bother YouTube with my VODs. You know what I mean? I used to like Newegg. Yeah, well, Newegg used to be good. What's up, Peckish? How's it going? Or PYT. Hi. Yeah, Newegg used to be good. Then they got bought out, and now they don't care. Even their shuffle to move old stock that no one actually wants. Oh, wait. Newegg's gotten really bad now with opportunistic they are, even their shuffle. I was complaining about the shuffle since day one, since I started doing it. I mean, some people, I've said this before, some people were forced to buy the exploding gigabyte 750 and 850 watt power supplies along with the GPU they were so desperate for. Think about that. That power supply had a high likelihood of frying the very GPU that they were desperate to get, that forced them to buy that power supply. And you couldn't return the power supply without returning the GPU. It was horrible. It was horrible. For some reason, I see you're live. I say to myself, oh, hey, Bluetooth is live. Okay. I mean, you're the one shortening my name to BT. You do know what it means. None of my teeth are blue. But yeah. Doesn't bother me. That was when 3080s were $1,300. All factor 5, that was a lot of number words in that sentence. I hope that your numpad heals quickly, and I'm sorry to hear that it was injured. Yep, I remember, and I totally cringed when they did that. Yep. I was about to buy some RAM this month. Oof. I was ranting about this earlier. I have gotten caught up in the whole wait for Black Friday thing. But the thing is, I'll literally have people come in who are like, hey, I'm waiting for Black Friday. And it's like July or June. And I'm like, you sure you want to do that? The market is just too volatile to say anything other than, oh, I can afford this now. I am buying it now. Unless you're literally just like a week from Black Friday or a couple weeks from Black Friday. Newegg Barebones kits used to be my go-to for building a basic or light gaming system for friends, family, and RAM. Add RAM, HD, video card, good to go. Yep. I remember I did a video looking at Barebones kits, and I was like livid because there's this company that did Barebones PCs, and they were terrible. They were really bad. Because part of the Barebones kit is the motherboard, and they were choosing the absolute cheapest, worst, most garbage motherboards on the market. Current power supply is so loud, it's louder than everything in my room, including my ceiling fan. So happy I'm getting a new one, though I'm giving this one to my brother who's coming from console, hoping for a quiet system. Clean it out. It probably just has a lot of dust in there, but just be careful. Be careful cleaning that out. Don't let the fan spin. Try to put something in there, a toothpick or something just in there to keep the fan from spinning, and just blow that thing out with some air. It's not even dusty. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what to tell you. E-tier PSU life. I'm happy to hear that your that the E-tier power supply you had didn't fry your system. Maybe retire it instead of pushing it on somebody else, because they can literally fry other components if they, if your OCP doesn't work or something like that. Okay, all right. I said my part. I did my part. I'm doing my part. Okay, so let me see if anybody has. Let's see if anybody has. Why are you telling me that? This is my stream. Okay, I hate that. Anyways, let me see. Let me bring up the list. See what's on it. See if anybody's waiting for help, and if so, let's get started. Again, if you are looking for help, if you're looking for PC matchmaking, please fill out the form. Oh, good. Session expired. Awesome. Great. Cool. 1 second. Now, if you are interested in filling out the form, let me actually take a look here. It's gonna look something like this. You do have to be present during a live stream for me to help you, and please don't ignore the instructions and the questions. Like, make sure that whatever name you put in matches whatever's on the screen. For people who filled out the form on YouTube prior to the YouTube mangling up all the names, I'll make an exception for that. Then you have to, you fill out all these things. This is required. Okay. And then you just go by the steps. By the way, if you read this and it says, hey, when are you planning on making your purchase? And your answer is more than a month from now. Please pay attention to this part that says you should not submit this form yet, because it's just going to take you to the end. It's going to skip all the other questions because you're not ready to make your purchase. And whatever I tell you now probably won't be valid by the time you are ready to make your purchase. Gring has never seen Flight of the Intruder, but Flight of the Navigator. I have seen that one. Can't believe PSUs are still as high as they are. I feel like 750 should. PSUs are not ridiculously priced. There's some really good deals out there, Razriel. Particularly Montech right now has very highly rated, high quality power supplies. You should check them out if you're looking for one. They're just part of the regular price creep, inflation, all of that. That's all. Don't ever expect prices to be what they were 15, 20 years ago. Even if there's no price surge or shortages, inflation makes that impossible. It's Silverstone. It's most likely not going to fry. It has a decent long warranty. Brand doesn't indicate the likelihood of it. I mean, what you need to do is you need to see why it's registered as E tier. Because if you're looking at the current PSU tier list that most people are using, there'll be reasons next to it. Classic. Love Flight Navigator. Oh, yeah. Luckily, paying 28. There you go. I recommend replacing a power supply after 10 years. Not necessarily. Well, the warranty can go 10 years. Or longer. I think some are 12. But that doesn't mean it's going to stop working on you. And most of them, when they fail, they'll fail on their own. If you just want to be safe, you want to be sure, then go for it. Replace it if you want to, and you can do it. Then do it. Yeah. but you shouldn't feel like you have to. Power supplies are built to last. The good ones are. Meridan, what's up? Welcome. Okay, taking a look at the form here. Let's see what we've got. I don't mean to be so zoomed in right now. There we go. So we do have people who have filled out the form. Looks like one person filled it out today. A few filled it out on Sunday. Oh, DF Starfield, you weren't showing that how to use the I'm on the list thing. You were saying you're on the list. Okay. I can help you out. So if you are waiting for help and you filled out the form, I need you to let me know by in Twitch chat. You're going to use the emote that says I'm on the list. As long as you're following that channel, you should have that emote ready available to you. If you're watching on YouTube, I need you to just go type out at Brayathorn, I'm on the list, and that will inform me that you are on the list. Okay, Zackenstein, you are on the list. Gotcha. That's weird that there's no notes on it. Which tier list are you using? Steve, I believe you meant to say Top Gun, because Top Gear is peak. Some reason retailers list as bronze, but tier list says white. I don't know what to tell you, Peckish. You're talking about a mystery power supply now. I have no idea what you're talking about. I know like what you mean, like which one you mean, or what the case could be. Thinking of saving up for a new build. I already got 5070 Ti. Okay, cool. Well, when you're ready to do the build, well, for one thing, you might want to go ahead and get that RAM because it's only going up. But when you're ready to do the full build, you can come back and when you're like within a month of buying all the parts and putting it all together, you can come back and fill out the form and I'll be able to help you out. So, DF Starfield, I don't know if you explained this to me before. Why is there Cyberpower PC on your form? Considering the fact that you're a 24-month subscriber, I imagine you would know how I feel about Cyberpower PC. And also getting your PC from Best Buy instead of the company that built it. Now, do you need to get it from Best Buy? Sometimes people do. It's like, hey, I have a credit line there and yada yada. I know somebody who works there. I'm gonna get a discount, whatever. They have the card. Okay. I'm not going to recommend Cyberpower. There's no way. No. Cyberpower, like, here's the thing. You can pay the extra to get coverage from Best Buy. If at any point they end up having to do something like RMA the system to Cyberpower, they're going to have the worst time. It's going to be a bad time. It is 100% hard to argue with. I mean, I guess I'll look at it. Just give me a second here. Like, I'm not going to lie. If you're like, hey, you know, 7800 X3D, 9070 XT, 1549, yeah, that looks great. That looks awesome. Let's look at the rest. Let's look at the rest, okay? Because one thing Best Buy is really good at, it is at being vague about components. System memory, RAM, 32 gigabytes. Of what? What kind of... It's a 7800 X3D. You got to go DDR5 6000 CL30. Like that CPU, you will see a difference in performance. Okay. Also noticing on the forum, and trust me, I'm definitely not just like trying to be obstinate about it. Okay. Gaming and streaming. Okay. What do I always say about streaming PCs? You need good I/O. We'll see if we can figure out what motherboard this is, so we can determine that. Okay, let's figure out what they're doing with the storage. Storage is SSD. Total storage capacity, 2,000 gigabytes. Solid state drive capacity, for some reason, also included, I don't know, 2,000 gigabytes. Solid state drive interface, PCIe 4.0. Is it an NV2? NV3 from Kingston? Does it have zero? Is it missing onboard DRAM cache? Is it a high-end one? Probably not. It's probably going to be as budget of a Gen 4 drive as you can get. Still don't know anything about the RAM in terms of what the specs are. It says that like they have all these categories for something they could say in 5 words. 32 DDR5, 32 gigs DDR5. That's it. Like number of memory slots, that's not a spec for the memory, that's a spec for the motherboard, but sure, Best Buy. Okay. Numbers and number of sticks included. 2. Okay. System memory RAM expandable to. Okay, that's another motherboard thing. Let's see if motherboard is even a category here. When you're building a streaming PC or purchasing a streaming PC, the motherboard is the key component. It's not just there. It's the protagonist, okay? It's the main character. Number of M.2 slots is 2. That's a budget motherboard. Even most budget motherboards come with 3 these days. And remember, this is not me judging you. You didn't choose this. They are being they're you know, if they got to go with Best Buy, I'll look at other Best Buy deals. But is there anything saying what the connectivity? Okay, connectivity. USB ports, 2 USB-A 2.0, 2 USB-C 3.2, 4. This is terrible. 4 USB-A 3.2, 6 USB Type A ports, 2 Type C. Mouse, keyboard, headset, maybe USB microphone. I guess maybe a webcam. I mean, you're you know, Stream Deck. This thing's running out of USB ports dreadfully fast. And if they want to stream, that's bad news. If they never want to open this thing and add in a USB add-in card, right? You know, these things. If they never want to have to do that, then that's going to be rough. And without the specs for the motherboard, like the model of the motherboard, I can't really tell you what it can actually do in terms of that. Let's see if we can get a peep at the rear I/O. I shouldn't pause when I say that. They're not going to show the back of the PC. They're just not going to do it. Not even the customer pictures show it. Why does this customer picture look photoshopped? Is it just me? It looks like Photoshop, bro. I don't know why. Like they photoshopped in that Stream Deck. It feels like. I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. Okay? It has a shadow. I could be wrong. I'm not just trying to be a hater. I promise. Oh, God. All of their intake is at the bottom, and they do this. On carpet. Wait. Okay, that's the same person. I was like, did they use like the same okay, I'm sorry. I'm really, again, I'm not trying to be a hater here. I'm really not. I'm skeptical with either if it's Best Buy, I'm skeptical. If it's CyberPower, I'm skeptical. This is kind of a double threat here. And nope, they refuse to show the rear I/O. Like there is no way they would ever. How many different, like, one picture is needed to show how that looks, really. But the rear I/O, you ain't seeing it. You ain't getting that. And then just like AMD marketing slides. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Let's see if this, first off, I don't want it to have sound. It does. Wait, can we get a good look at the motherboard? Can you stop glitching for 5 freaking seconds and show the product? Okay, there's PCIe slots. That's good. It's a good sign. It's expandable. Show the rear I/O, please.
Dominate the competition. We don't actually know how computers work. Why do you need to see the back of it? You're not a real gamer.
It's full ATX, yes. Maybe the next video. This is just a Windows promo. I hate Best Buy. I hate Best Buy. I hate CyberPower. Okay, I don't hate CyberPower. I'm just constantly disappointed by them. DF Starfield. I can't sign off on this. It's just every red flag in the book. I mean, CyberPower's logo should be a red flag, okay? Like, period. That's what it should be. Asking someone who's calling in for help, telling them, why are you calling? Why are you calling me? It's just, that should be their slogan. They're literally the worst. Especially because they constantly get compared to a company that just gives way better service, iBuyPower. So what we'll do is we'll look at Black Friday deals here. Okay, let's see what we can do. I'm not going to just leave you out, hanging out to dry. I got you. PC gaming, and it shows a laptop. That's great. That's great. So what's the overall max budget? Oh boy, the whole thing in featured products is CyberPower PC, CyberPower PC, CyberPower PC. And then peeking out is one, and it's Alienware. I hate this. I don't want to be here, but you know what? I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you. I hate it here. Zackenstein literally does not help. I appreciate the input. DF Starfield has said specifically that they tried to get them to go to Micro Center instead, and the person has financing through Best Buy. They cannot do that. I appreciate the input, though. This is what happens when you don't know how to sort things. Sort by best selling is stupid. No, give me price, low to high, sort by price. If I put in a price range, that's what I want. But that's not a Best Buy exclusive thing. A lot of companies do that. So there's your deal, right? Now, if they're trying to buy in-store, see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them that they should be probably getting a Skytech PC. That's a fifth. No, that's not as good. If Skytech can match it. Nope. Excuse me. Not as good. Nope. Is this still? Yeah, no, it's doing low to high. Okay. I feel like I should never go completely silent because if someone catches this on their, like while scrolling through shorts, all they're going to see is like the center of a website screen and they won't hear anyone talking. And that I would block that. That would annoy me a lot. What we're going to do is I'm probably going to try to push it up to the $1,700 budget to just, max it out. And get them away from cyberpower. Oh my God, hold on. I'm not recommending this. I just want to make note here. They finally figured out airflow at cyberpower. Holy shnikes. Look at this. They actually put the fans with the not good looking side facing in so they could get intake. Or unless do you guys think that these are reverse flow and they're just trolling me right now? Specifically me. Just me. Like this is what they're, doesn't iBuyPower sell, iBuyPower does, well, Best Buy does sell iBuyPower. Yes. We haven't seen any yet. But they finally figured it out. They would literally have, what is this? What is this? Sponsored. Don't show anything else. Great. Good. The problem is my internet is amazing. I have 5 gig internet, okay? It's not me. It's a lot of people browsing right now. A lot of people browsing to their doom. Okay. There are so many pages. Holy crap. There's so many laptops. Holy jeez. But here's the thing. So if you, DF Starfield, I don't know if you've looked at the SI testimonials for a while, right? If you go and look at CyberPower and just brace yourself, it's all kind of ugly. And then go to Skytech and compare the two. It is night and day. Oh yeah, Ian's here. What's up with them? Okay. Azure 3, no. 5070 is not going to be equivalent to a 5060 Technoid. What are y'all doing? Core Ultra 7, 265K, maybe KF, 5070. Okay. This one's gorgeous. What was said there for the color in black? Okay, never mind. That's the wrong thing. Hold on. I figured, y'all got to understand, and DF Starfield, don't even worry about it. I figured that I was at some point going to be having to look at this or Amazon during one of these streams. So best to just rip off the Band-Aid. Hey, maybe I'll join the dark side and like let them start paying me money. And I'll just say, change my mind and say suddenly Best Buy is good. I would actually give a lot to have the opportunity to scrutinize a Best Buy SI PC and just compare it to the experience of getting from that SI. Okay, why? Why are you there? Why are you there? This is an order. I hate this sponsored crap. I figured like, oh, do I need to go back? Like, what is the whole reason for choosing price low to high? Okay, can I tell it no laptops, please? Can I tell it this? Category gaming desktops. Cool. Should have done that forever ago. That's on me. This is going to go a lot faster now. Thank goodness. We're just going to go closer to 1700. What the hell? Okay, where's your 9070 XT? Oh, no, that's not it. 7700 and 5070. Skytech, come on, really? See, there's an iBuyPower right there. Another one. Hell, Stormcraft. Core i9, no thank you. No thank you. Oh my God. All 5070s all the way down. We're already over budget anyway. It's all fit. They must have gotten crazy deals from distribution on 5070s because it's everywhere. Yo, this one's sick though. Hey, hold up. 9070 XT, Ryzen 7 7700 though. It's a crazy looking computer. Meaning it's going to be polarizing. They might hate it. Why does this one have a 5060 Ti 16 gig? And they have cheaper systems here with 5070s. Yeah. It's a better company. It is a better company with better support. Yeah, I honestly, CyberPower, I don't know what their build quality is like. I don't. Would love to tell you, but according to people who have bought from them, it's not great. But, you know, whatever. I can't speak for it myself. I mean, personally, I think if you want a black PC, this one is super sick. But it's just not going to be as appealing in terms of the GPU. 5070 versus 9070 XT. 9070 XT is going to win in raw horsepower. In terms of streaming, I would probably I would definitely prefer 9th gen NVENC for streaming coding. 100%. It's what I'm using right now. They also tell you, hey, you have 6,000 megahertz or megatransfers per second DDR5 RAM. They're actually, because the Best Buy doesn't have a spot to put that, they force it into the name of the product. So this is actually the right RAM for this CPU. But that versus a 7800X3D, even like if this was for 1080p gaming, that would be a clear decision. Go for the 7800X3D. This is for 1440p though. I don't know. I'm just gonna recommend that. I'm just gonna recommend this one. You know what you're getting with the RAM. You know, like the 5070 in terms of streaming is going to be better. And I've reviewed the 5070. I have a 9070 XT next to me. I haven't really tested it myself. I hear it's much better at encoding than it used to be. But yeah, for some reason, oh wait, hold on. I think this one had a 9070 XT. Hold on, let me see. Open like a new tab. Okay, so here's what we've got. We have two systems from Skytech. Okay, this one has a better CPU and a 5070, which is going to be better for streaming. This one has a more budget, not more, but it's still 8 cores, 16 threads, but it's not an X CPU. It's like 7700X. It's also a generation prior, but it has a 9070 XT, and it's also cheaper. So I'll give you the links for both of these. And, you know, just let them know, hey, he recommended either whichever, whether you want, the GPU is more important to you or the CPU is more important to you and streaming is more important to you. There you go. Wait, what? I hope Bray's all right. He usually jumps in when he's running late. Bray? Yeah, I'm good. That's me. No, it's okay. It's okay. DF Starfield. I would probably be more perturbed going to Newegg. I might have to do that anyway, but no, come on. You've been around forever. Of course, like I said, I got your back. I would tell your friend this. Like, there are other finance options out there. Like, that would be separate from it. Getting another, like, getting, you know, more, a different debt, I guess, not great, but, like, there's other options out there. I guess the good thing is, if you have to return this thing, you do just take it back to Best Buy. That is a benefit. Of any time you're buying something locally, that's always going to be a benefit. You can just take it back there. But Micro Center also has financing, and the sooner they give up on Best Buy and move over to Micro Center, like, take them to Micro Center, and if they're into this stuff, like, at all, watch their eyes light up. Like, it is, Best Buy is like, yeah, like, we got, like, you know, vacuum cleaners and appliances a lot. We got a lot of those things. And refrigerators, all those. And, you know, Micro Center is just like computer life. Technology. It's way better. Okay, on the list, the next person was going to be, well, the only other person who is on the list that has said that they are here is Zackenstein. But I need to know, anybody else who's filled out the form, please let me know you're here. I don't automatically know that you're on the list, especially if you filled it out with like a different name that doesn't match what's on screen when you type. Let me know you filled out the form and that you were waiting for help, and we do these in order. If nobody says anything, it's going to be Zackenstein, who is the last person who has filled out the form. They live near the new one in Arizona. I would love to drag them kicking and screaming into the tech haven. I filled out mine, but don't know if you have. Are you saying Maton? Because you did it twice. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose. Maton? You mean mine, right? You're just hitting the 8 by accident, right? Just checking. I do have yours. Yes. What's up, WX fan? How's it going? Blue Wolf, yes, you're right there. Yeah. I need you to do me a favor. Just hit that I'm on the list emote real quick for me? It's part of the procedure. Oh, doing okay. Doing good. Just trying. It's Black Friday. Black Friday is the busiest week of the year for tech content creators. So I'm just trying to hang on by my fingernails, trying to get a video out by tomorrow, while also trying to live stream. Yeah. Forgetting that I have a McFrappe here that is just melted at this point. Ordered a laptop for CES and got ProArt P16. Looking forward to it. Nice. Good to have a good laptop for that. I might just take my Flow Z13 with some external storage because I'm going to offload the editing to my editor while I'm there. And I just need to do like checkups on it. Just the last, each thing I'm going to post, I just do the last check through. Saw a CyberPower PC for just under $900 at Costco today. You weren't here for the CyberPower crash out, but yeah, that is one of the last companies you should be buying a PC from. It's like they're all about you before you give them your money, but once you give them your money, why are you still talking to me? Get out of here. CyberPower has some of the worst rated customer service amongst our community members. It's real bad. Yeah. Good. Still here. Thanks. Yeah, you got it. Okay, Blue Wolf. So, all right. So that would mean you're going to be next. I want y'all to see something real quick. Okay, this is, by the way, what people are seeing if they're just scrolling through their shorts and my stream comes up. This is what they're seeing. Just the middle of my screen. Like YouTube. Why did you offer me this? It's absolutely terrible. Like it doesn't sense when my screen has changed. Because look, whenever I switch to my face on the we're getting infinite stuff happening. Oh boy, it doesn't move the clipped stream over to where my face is in the corner. It like whatever AI stuff they're using for that is not working. We don't need the infinite thing. Thank you. So for anyone who just sees this as they're browsing through your shorts, I promise it's not just a troll stream. My face is up on here, okay? There's plenty of people, MK Loomis, who have said, I bought a CyberPower and it was great. Nothing went wrong. I'm like, that's you dodging a bullet. Also, you're going to have it for years. I hope that remains true. If so, good for you. Otherwise, people who do need help with, which like these are computers, like computers with Windows on them, their odds are eventually you're going to need help on something, and you will see what you have bought into. When you are buying a pre-built PC, you have to remember the PC is just half of the equation. Any of these companies can build a PC, as I like to say, unless you're Apex Gaming PCs. They can't manage to do that apparently. But any of these companies, most of these companies can build a PC. It's about the service you get afterwards. It's just like any time you're paying for something, how does that person or company providing that product or service treat you after they already have your money? That's what makes it a good company or a bad company. How do they react when something goes good or bad? When something goes bad, really, is what matters. Humanity, what's up? Welcome. All right, Steve, have a good one. We'll see you on, I don't know if I'm going to stream on Thursday. I'm going to have to see how Ari feels about it. I'm definitely streaming on Friday. Yeah, because nothing ever goes wrong with a PC. Yeah. Okay. So, Blue Wolf. Let's take a look at what you're doing. You're doing a parts list. I have to be the bearer of bad news then. Have you been keeping up with any of my content lately? If you have, or if you've been keeping up with any tech content lately, you'll know about the RAM and storage price Mageddon and how they have like insanely soared in price. Okay. So what is your actual max budget for your parts list? And also, I should ask this. Please let me know if there are any parts you have already purchased. And please let those parts be RAM and storage, if that's the case. Gaming and streaming, okay. 1440p, I see. Okay. You're giving me a tough one here. 1200. Okay. Well, I got to do this. See, you chose between. I want to point this out. I haven't like. I don't do this often anymore. This thing says if you ignore the instructions, any of the questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. Good-natured roast. Don't worry. Okay, so, what you chose was $500 to $1,000. What you said just now, the number 1200. If we look here, it's actually right down here. Right down there. That's where that goes. And then I wouldn't be immediately panicking, seeing that you want a 1440p gaming and streaming machine for like maybe $900. That few $100s makes a huge difference. Yeah, the thing is, when you click a thing, this is the information I use to make content, to figure out what price points do I need to focus on, and how, maybe what category price point needs help the most, and stuff like that. This is anonymous. Like after you're done, I don't even have Google keep your email. I don't want your email. I don't want any of your personal info. This is just casual market research, call it that. So it skews those numbers. That's it. There it is. There's the roast. It's not much of a roast. Anyway, let's see what we can do, because we're going to have to put a little bit extra towards your motherboard because you want to do some streaming here, right? Rockville, Maryland. I used to live near there. Lived near there a couple of years. Never, I don't think Micro Center was there yet, actually, at the time. It was a mild roast at best, or worst, at worst. It was more factual than anything else. Let's see how things are doing at your local Micro Center. Let's see, bundles. So here's what we're going to do, probably. Okay, what we're going to do is I'm not going to obsess over the motherboard and be super picky. And I mean, I like doing that, but I'm not going to do that and obsess over how many USB ports you have because you want to stream, because you're going to probably be getting one of these. This is a PCIe USB add-in card, okay? Because when you're streaming, you're going to, over time, be getting more and more little devices that are going to make your streams easier for you to run and more fun for your viewers to watch. By like, hey, look, Ma, no hands. And I can just do stuff like that. Okay, why is my thing doing that? Okay. Yeah, look, Ma, no hands. So, oh, they can't hear me. That's good. Okay. How are you guys doing? How y'all doing out there? Did I miss anything today? I had to go look at Best Buy. I was real sulky about it. I was pouting the whole time. It was like an absolute baby. Well, what's up, Alucard? How's it going? I forget how busy it gets at around Black Friday for me. My God. I can hear you now. Okay. I was saying a lot of stuff to you. But all right. I don't really control the ads. So because you chose streaming, I usually would. You could let me know where it cut off, by the way. I guess I'll just repeat everything. But you saw that. Okay. Did you see this? You saw this part, maybe? I talked about this. Cool. And that you can like do stuff without if you get something like the Stream Deck pedals, and then you might want an audio interface. You might want a secondary, here. There we go. Secondary Stream Deck, like I've got here. Just because I have this one doing this, that one doing that. There's pages, but I don't like flipping between them. Webcams, capture cards. Streaming means USB. That's the main thing you need to know. So what we'll do is we'll just look at a bundle, go with whatever motherboard they have there, because we got to get this thing as low priced as possible. And we can try to focus, because you also want to do 1440p gaming. That means extra goes into the GPU. So let's see what we've got here. We're going to go to the bundles and notice one thing, chat. What do we notice? What do we notice that changed with the bundles? And Micro Center told no one. They just did this. Okay, well, they took out RAM. RAM is not included anymore. You're not sneaky, Micro Center. We all see what you're doing. But okay. All right, let's try going. Oh, what did you say about upgrading the CPU? When it comes to being able to upgrade the CPU, you are interested in being able to upgrade the CPU. Duly noted. There you go. David Soto got it. I'm going to say, though, David, you might want to try refreshing the stream. You might be a little bit behind, but by the time you hear this, you're going to be like, why is he still talking about it? I already answered the question. Okay, so maybe we go with the 7700X and the B650. What color did you say you wanted it to be? You said in black. Okay, everyone, I don't need to look at that now. Just like almost everybody other than Alucard here. Everybody here said black, so I just need to remember that. Because it's only like, because they're looking at $299 here. These are like $330, so it's $30 more. To go with a 9700X and the same motherboard. I would say 7600X 3D because that's exclusive to Micro Center, but 6 cores, 12 threads when you're gaming and streaming at the same time might be asking a bit much of that 6-core CPU. Now, probably the best deal here, honestly, is what's the difference between, why is this one $20 more? Oh, KF. Okay. Probably the best deal out of all these is this one, Core Ultra 7 265K and the AYW Gaming Wi-Fi Z890. You're getting a Z890 motherboard and a 20-core CPU for the same price as this one with an 8-core CPU and an older generation B650. It's crazy. But you're not going to have much room to upgrade. You're not really going to have many options for upgrading your CPU down the line. It's going to have the Core Ultra 200S this generation, plus maybe a refresh, and then they're dumping that socket. But this is an insane deal here. Let's look at this motherboard, see how it is. I know it's a white motherboard, but these had, in the B650 era, they had really good I/O. I just want to take a look at that real quick. Oh no, that's the 7600X 3D. This is tough. All right, I'm gonna look at a couple of these. I know it's a white motherboard. I know, but then you'll have an Oreo PC because look at this I/O. This is before Gigabyte killed their I/O. Like you look at the ice boards now, and they have like 6 USB ports other than the Type-C. You do gain a couple of like USB 4s and whatnot depending on the chipset, but like this is really good. Now let's compare it to this one. Wait, actually, yeah, this one here. Let's see how Asus did with this AYW. I don't even know what AYW means. It was just a new thing they introduced with this generation. This is the Intel one, and like it's. Do you see what I'm saying? This Gigabyte board is kind of awesome. It's really good. The only thing to remember is that you will need to update the BIOS on this in order for it to work with any 9000 series Ryzen CPUs. But you don't have to with this because you're putting in a 7700X right now. And this is only $20 more than this one with a motherboard that has less I/O. So I would say we go with this. But yeah, since they want a game and stream a la carte, I wouldn't do the 7600X 3D. Okay, time for the fun part. Let's take a look at the RAM. Well, let me ask you really quick. Blue Wolf, what kind of games are you going to be playing? What games specifically, if any? Do you have any particular games you're going to play? Please let me know. I think I said that enough different ways, right? Fortnite, Warzone, Battlefield. Okay. So, okay. Fortnite is specifically designed to not be that, like, you're supposed to be able to get pretty high frame rates with the right settings, and it's not super demanding on your CPU. Call of Duty Warzone, even at 1440p, can be demanding on your CPU. So later on, you might benefit from an upgrade. I was going to say the 7700X for a while could be fine. But thankfully, you didn't say Escape from Tarkov, so we don't have to, like, throw half of your budget into RAM. 32 gigs should get you there. Oh, my God. Okay. This is not as bad as I was expecting. This kit right here, DDR5 6000, 36. Is that how they're doing it? Let's see. So this is 250 for CL36. Yeah, they're really pushing this Clev RAM. Alucard, you've built with a lot of different parts. How do you feel about Clev RAM? I think you've mentioned it before, or did you mention an SSD from them or something? But yeah, once you get back up to like, yeah, $330 for the Team Group T-Create Expert, which is usually more on the budget side. And the G-Skill, that's 64 gigs. There's no G-Skill kits for 32 at this. Well, there's the Bolt for $10 more, one in stock. But the good thing is, if RAM goes out, it usually doesn't take anything else with it. And you have warranty. You'll have parts warranty on this. This should be totally fine. If the brand is generally pretty reliable, you should be fine. And according to Alucard, decent RAM. So you're saving over $100 with this. Only 2 kits of that in stock, though. because that's going to be selling the most. It's the only one that's like less than $100 more than it used to be. We got to do everything else before we do GPU. Now, storage. We're going to go with 1 terabyte. And I mean, you're building this thing, so you can add storage later on, I suppose. Huh. Actually, this 990 Evo Plus is not bad at 169. But no, let's go with, let's see. What about Inland? $99 for a 1 terabyte Inland Performance Plus. It's a really good drive. Let me check something. Did I not have the QN450 in here? Okay. Okie dokie. Interesting. None of the QN ones have onboard DRAM cache. Not like the Performance Plus does. For a price difference of $15, I would want you to have the onboard DRAM cache. That can be helpful for gaming. It can. Okay, sure. What's up, Arutu? I like Team and Corsair, Team Group and Corsair. Never bothered with anything else. Kingston is my go-to usually, except I'm at Micro Center. Then Inland Performance Plus usually represents the best deal. Also, they don't really carry Kingston. So now for the case, what style are you thinking? Do you want something that is a mesh front panel, or do you prefer a fish tank style look? What's up, Araxinus? How's it going? Yeah, Performance Plus, yeah, is good. Like I've been using that stuff for a while. Mesh, but I like both. Okay. I'm probably gonna say Landcool 207 here. It's a really nice case. Lacking in the rear fan, unfortunately, but you have that front intake. Yeah. Is that Clev on the list for that Mobo? Razrael? I don't know. You talking about the QVL? When you say on the list? Raji Dad, what's up? Well, I don't know if Blue Wolf, if you're looking at these, but I don't think that RGB is all that optional anymore. Most of them come with it. Well, no, some of them obviously don't, but yeah, most of them do come with it. Oh, the G370A is really nice, actually. I kind of want to go that route. Oh, there's our Atlas M1. That's what we use for the for Agent Air. Yeah, RGB, you can just turn it off. Correct. Are we back to 1 terabyte SSDs as standard to help compensate for RAM prices? Well, this is a $1,200 PC. Like, that's 1 terabyte is the minimum. And that's fine. What's up, Vaquero? How's it going? I remember asking for tech advice, but I forgot what I asked. When was that, Vaquero? I'm going to go G370A. This is a really nice case. We might need to make some changes later, but let's go ahead and... we still need the cooler. Not a bad rating. Okay. Thank you, Superflower. Jesus, 6950 XT. Crazy. I guess that was the cheapest 16 gig 5060 Ti. I think because it's a streaming thing. Okay. Yo, Lone Vaquero coming in with 5 gifted subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. That is a tier 1 sub for Zintech, Araxnus, Cybersec Wiz, Tough MN, and Reign of Troy. All of you, welcome to the Swarm. Dang, Lone Vaquero, thank you very much. What was that for? What did I do? UPS, I want to get UPS from PC Monitor. Okay, yeah. $100 to $200 range, probably not happening, I'll be honest with you, depending on the wattage of your power supply. But thank you, Vaquero. Yeah, we'll get to that. We will take a look at that. Let me see where that 5060 Ti 8 gig sits once the price, a 16 gig, makes the price overall go to. $1,234.94 without a cooler selected yet. This is 7700 non-X or 7700X. These are really good performers right here. Might have to go with that. Why is it there's no black AIOs under $75? That's crazy. But no, this one right here should be really good. $240 for a 7700X should be fine. So this puts us at 1301.93. So I got to make some changes in order to get this price down. I don't want to drop anything on the, I don't want to lower the GPU. 1440p, 5060 Ti 16 gig all day long. It's zero issue. But let's switch out the SSD for something that's going to be just fine for gaming. Like it's not going to be an issue. Let's see. We went with, let's take this off. We'll go. Capacity is the last option. That's wild. Lowest price. It really doesn't get much lower. It does not get much lower than 99 bucks for 1 terabyte. We just can't. Like this is a lot higher performance than like everything around it. Well, there's the SN7100 for the same price. Let me actually look at the specs on this thing. Lower terabytes written, higher speeds, and it's almost as much on the. I can grab an SSD from Best Buy. All right, sure. If we do that, then you're at 1201. There you go. I went $1.94 over. No DRAM. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Araxinus, is that I was trying to look at other options. We went $1 over, if that's the case. If you're saying, don't worry about storage, there you go. Also, if you currently have storage that you can move over to your new PC, then you can also do that. Thank you, Araxinus. Appreciate it. I was just saying, this is from, there are some local artists in Chicago that had a store in the airport. And so I copped this from there. Really, really cool people. That's true. That's another thing. Blue Wolf, Alucard mentioned this, and I always forget to mention this, but they also have some open box components that are there. You might want to check that out. You can probably save some money that way. Thank you for the Lone Vaquero. Thank you for single-handedly causing a hype train. I appreciate that. Okay, got an ad. Well, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Also, guys, one of my resolutions for 2026. I'm actually gonna make a a Micro Center account just for this, just for doing this, where I can save save every build that I do so that the links will work in the spreadsheet. Welcome back. I don't usually push this, but because your turn is over, like you don't need me to like help you anymore. But free Prime sub would mean no ads. I don't usually push subs. I really don't. All right, so that is good to go. Green means go. All right. So now before I can help you out, just because you could, I'm happy. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So Vaquero, I got to help out Zackenstein first because they've been waiting for help. If there is anybody else who is waiting for help, y'all do need to let me know. If you fill out the form, you have to let me know. I don't just automatically know that you're here, especially if you filled out the form like a couple of weeks ago or something and you've been waiting for help. I don't just like know that right off, like just by you being present, and especially if you're not saying anything. But yeah, so Zackenstein, if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. Okay, you are here. Excellent. I am too. Yeah, see, for anyone watching on YouTube who's waiting for help, Alucard just showed you how to let me know. I don't think my links will be helpful in hindsight. There wasn't a notes section, but my goal was for 1440p. Okay. Then you don't really need notes because you can just say that in chat. And you should see the kind of life stories people type out when, like, actually, I don't know what that means. Are they not in the US? Philippines, got it. Links are good. Links work. Although, usually it's just one that you can do. But here, let me just copy that. Okay, this is the wrong memory. Not the memory that you want to use with any Ryzen 7000 or 9000 CPU. You want to go generally with... now, okay, to be clear, there was word from AMD that, hey, now our thing is DDR5 6400. But the meta is still to go DDR5 6000 CL30. Will this work? Sure, yes. And you should have the equivalent first word latency. It should, or absolute latency, whatever you want to call it. But generally, you go with DDR5 6000 CL30. This is really, I mean, it's not the worst price I've seen on Z5. That's for sure. Man, Vaquero, I'm not helping you right away. Posture check, hydrate, do a flip. All right. Yes, I do need to do both of those things. You're correct. I am making a commitment, guys. I will be absolutely making a specific layout for vertical for Friday, and I'll probably be streaming on maybe Instagram, and I might be streaming through a lot of that day. Wish me luck. But let's see. So you're going 7800X 3D and 9070 XT. Looking at the resolution you want to game at is 1440p. But let me ask you this. Zackenstein. What games are you going to be playing? Was it from BIOS updates to get it going? Yes, Araxinus. It was a newer Agisa that they released. I ranted about this endlessly because for pretty much the entirety of 5000, 3000, and maybe 2000 series Ryzen, it was DDR4 3600 that was the go-to. And they never changed that. That was the sweet spot. And after like a few, what is it? After maybe like 6-7 months of Ryzen 7000 series, suddenly they're like, oh, there's a new sweet spot after people had already gone out and bought their 32 gig or 64 gig kits of DDR5 6000 CL30 at AMD's urging. Then they're just like, ha ha, just kidding. And we were all like, AMD, what? You don't do that. The Quiet Gamer says, I didn't want to do the forum because it gave away my real name. No, it didn't. The Quiet Gamer. Going back to the forum, it specifically states, what is your Twitch/YouTube handle username? That is not your real name. Unless you are legally on your birth certificate, The Quiet Gamer 16. You weren't following instructions. I don't see your real name. This is literally what I and anyone who's watching the stream can see. Just that. So I don't know what you mean. Does it use your Google account? Yes. Do I see that? No. That maybe that's the name. Could have had gamer parents. I don't know. But I'm not going to dox my own my viewers. I'm not doing that. Y'all don't dox me. I don't dox you. So Cyberpunk 2077, Space Marine 2, Helldivers 2. I suppose Helldivers could probably benefit from the CPU. But for the most part, you're not really going to see benefit from the 7800X 3D at 1440p or higher resolution, which you did choose here. Well, the reason I bring that up is I need to look up the vertical clearance or the Z height for air coolers, because I feel like you went with too low profile of an air cooler considering what's possible with the Fractal Terra. So let me see here. I think you could even put a 240 millimeter AIO in there. I could be wrong. That actually is really low profile. So I could be wrong on that for sure. And if that's the case, that 7800X 3D could be an issue. Look at Mr. Matt Lee showing up on their product page. What a Chad. Let me see. Skibbity-doo-bop. Skibbity-dibbity-doo-bop. You're doing just gaming. You don't need streaming, so that's good. That's very good. And there may be something at Micro Center that you want. Compatibility. 48 millimeters configured for max GPU, 77 millimeters configured for max CPU cooler. So the motherboard, basically the centerpiece of the case can be moved to either give more space for the GPU or more space for the CPU cooler. 56 millimeters, 2.8 slots. That's height. Okay, so you can't figure for max CPU cooler with this GPU. You would need a straight up 2-slot GPU to do that. That's not what this is. Oh my God, leave me alone. It specifically states not suitable for CPUs that create high heat loads. 37 millimeters. Yeah, you might be underselling a little bit because you can go to 43. This is 37. That's not a lot of difference, obviously, but it is a difference. If this is your first build, why on earth are you going small form factor? Like, small form factor builds intimidate experienced builders. You understand, right? Like, Zach of Zach's Tech Turf, like, he's built so many computers. He hates doing small form factor. He very much dislikes it for that reason. Raji Dad, yes, we are very aware of the price increases. Keenly, you might say. Keenly aware. The Quiet Gamer, I noticed you didn't respond to filling out the form. The whole thing about your name and that incorrect assumption that your name is... you don't need your name there. Could it fit an L965 Razrael? I mean, I imagine you've got Google the same as I do, but I'll search it for you. Let's find out. Doesn't look like it. Yep, 65 millimeters, too tall. There's really not a lot of room here. They picked the right one. But what I think, here's what I think. Y'all know what I think? I think they picked the wrong CPU. Oh, I need to double check. Blue Wolf, did you save the build, by the way? I forgot to tell you this, but did you save your build? Because I'm about to clear it out. It's going to be gone if you didn't save it. It is about to disappear. I need you to respond that you have either saved it or added it to cart or something, so that I can move on. Thank you, Roger Dad. Appreciate it. Yes, I did. Cool. I'm going to clear it out then. Okay. And which one did you say you were close to here? You're close to the Santa Clara. Okay. I was just out there last month. And we're getting one in Austin, just a couple hours from me. Pretty exciting stuff. Okay, right here. There you go. Exclusive to Micro Center, the 7600X3D is going to be your CPU of choice. You do not need a 7800X3D. The 7600X3D will have generally lower temps, and also you can even run it kind of in an eco mode, which will help. And for gaming at 1440p, it's going to be way more than enough. Doesn't matter what game you're going to be playing. Okay, that's one of the things that we hear a lot from people who are going to be first-time builders or getting their first PCs is the fear of bottlenecks. The problem, like if you've done some research, you've run into things that are going to scare you. And the word bottleneck is just like, that sounds like it's going to choke my performance off or something. That's bad, right? Well, once you start getting into higher resolutions, that's when your CPU doesn't matter as much. You can spend less on your CPU. And besides which, with the 7600X3D, you're getting nearly the same gaming performance as the 7800X3D for less money, with less heat, less power draw, and you could even put it in eco mode. So I would do the 7600X3D, but you're not going to find it on PCPartPicker.com because it's not available via any online retailers. You have to go to Micro Center to get it. Araxin's Texas having 3 Micro Centers soon still feels too little given the size of the state. Yeah, New York State getting 4 of them. Having 4 of them. Like, come on. Come on. It's crazy. We could have half the Micro Centers and it would feel just about right. I'm cool with this power supply. This is fine. The ASRock makes a great GPU. That's a really good price for an ITX motherboard. I think you did about as good as you could on the CPU cooler. But yeah, I would go without don't go with that. Go 7600X3D. That's my recommendation. Other than that, you're fine. You're going to be good with that. I don't even need to do any links or anything like that. Like, you're already good. This is a solid build. You did a good job. Good job. The only thing I think you would have an option for is that I think there's a midpoint for that spine in the case where it dictates how big of a GPU you can put and how big of a CPU cooler you can put. I think there's a middle point, and you might be able to put this cooler in there. Not this one. This one. But I've never built in the Terra, so I cannot tell you for sure. This is also close to the maximum cooler you can put, so that's highly unlikely thinking about it. Yes, exactly. Smallest, what's up, Tanmay? How's it going? Smallest PC I've dared to build and cursed was the Deepcool CH160, and it was way more spacious than the Terra. The Terra is hard to build in. It is among small form factor PCs, truly small form factor. There are smaller, but not when you're trying to put a triple fan GPU in there. This is about as small as that gets. I'm going to be honest, for a first time small form factor build, I would recommend something like the NR200P from Cooler Master. That one is still a little tough to build in, but you have a lot of options in there, including the option to use an all-in-one liquid cooler. Craft Computing has a good build in the Terra. Of course Jeff does. Jeff is awesome. I still remember coming back from Computex, my Uber driver, basically we got stuck in town in Taipei, like in the streets there, because basically I'd seen these trucks around, like delivery trucks there are just like flatbed trucks with just stuff piled up like appliances and things like that. and then they're just like strapped down. I guess one of them had spilled out into the street. So it took us like 45 minutes to get out from behind that. So I was very late for my flight. I didn't miss it, but like I had, when I arrived at the airport, like 10 minutes to make my flight before they shut the gate. And the person at the counter for United, like they ran me through the airport and they told the gate to wait. It was incredible for an international flight. It's insane. So, you know, they had just finished boarding, but like there was like 5 minutes where they were like, they didn't shut the door. What's going on? So I just get there sweating like crazy, which I always like to be fresh on like a, I don't know, 18-hour flight or whatever, however long that flight is from Taiwan to San Francisco. And I'm there. I throw my roller bag in the top bin. I get into my seat apologizing to everybody. And then I get a DM on a Discord DM. And it was like, look behind you. And I look back and there's Jeff, Craft Computing, just there like, I was like, hey, you know, I like to make an entrance. Okay, thanks. I plan on asking for a small form factor subreddit for help advice too. I'll also shop around cases. NR200P is gonna be is a nice. It's pretty well liked. In general, it's a great. I think it's, if you're trying to go smaller, it's probably one of your absolute best options if you're really trying to do small form factor for your very first build. You should be able to put that larger cooler, the L9X65. This one, the L9X65, is going to be crazy good for that 7600X3D. But the thing is, I also love the Fractal Terra. I think it's one of the like most gorgeous small form factor cases on the market. So I don't want to tell you what to do there. Yeah, he works a lot with Fractal. VIP treatment, yeah. The A3, never built in the A3. I have built in the NR200P though. I never want to build small. I get huge cases because I like being lazy when I install. I absolutely love the Tower 600. I don't know how I would feel about the smaller tower cases. Places where I'd like to see a micro center. Seattle, absolutely. Las Vegas, yeah, I could get with that. Orlando, I don't know. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I guess I could see it with Orlando. Gamdias also has a case using Deepcool CH260 tooling with a different I/O configuration. Do they now? That's very interesting. That is very interesting because that could be sold in the US. Smart, Deepcool. Very smart. What's up, Jaspers? Or not Jaspers? For light gaming on a laptop is core. I don't know. When it comes to laptop hardware, I'm not the guy, unfortunately. Did you say DDR5 6000 CL30 for RAM over what I currently have listed? The thing is, either one of them is supposed to work. Zackenstein, just make sure that you're on the latest BIOS for that motherboard. Asteri, what's up? New Orleans or even Baton Rouge? I would say New Orleans would make sense. Not that Baton Rouge is like tiny or anything, but I would say New Orleans would make a lot of sense. They generally try to go to the largest population centers in a state. Definitely Micro Center in Orlando. Miami is 4 hours away from me. It is a trip for sure. GamDS also has a case using it. Oh, I already read that. That's right. Okay. Yes. Three Rivers, what's up? Got quite a drive from Pittsburgh to any micro centers. That's what I hear. That is what I hear. There's a group of guys that I work with from Pittsburgh. They are with Newer, the camera lighting and rigging guys and all that. I'm using Newer lights right now, actually. They're out of Pittsburgh. The U.S. office is out of Pittsburgh. I got to reach out to them about CES too. It's coming up. I'm tired, honestly, thinking about getting an Aura ring. I've never really looked into the smart ring thing. I don't wear jewelry. I even have a nice watch, not like a smart watch, but I have a nice watch and I don't even wear it really, unless I'm going to a dinner or something. But I mean, I've heard those are cool. It's just from what I understand, the subscription thing is annoying. It's like one that wasn't really there, and then suddenly they want everyone who has their rings to pay money per month, and it's like, oh, cool, thanks, cool, gotcha. Already bought the product. Here we are. I have a new a new mattress coming in on Friday, and I'm excited. That's something I looked at price history and everything, found a good Black Friday deal, and read awesome reviews about it. And I just realized, like, my bed it was great. It was a night therapy bed. It was really good, but it's just not anymore. And we're also upsizing to a queen size. I wanted to go king size, but like, we don't really need it. And we'd have to like with a queen size, we have full right now. Like it's fine. It's good. But like we wanted to upsize for sure because of the cats basically. And I was thinking king size, but like with a queen size, we don't really have to rearrange our furniture much. With a king size, we would have to rearrange our furniture. I make business trips to Atlanta periodically, flying from Tampa. Got a bunch of my components for my build last year in Micro Centers in Atlanta and stuffed them in my carry-on. Yep. If you know that where you're going has a Micro Center, and by the way, if you don't know and you're traveling somewhere, check if they have a Micro Center. Why wouldn't you? Then yeah, you leave room in your luggage just in case. Micro Center New Orleans would be closer for me, but Orlando would work too when on vacation. Buy computer parts after checking out of the hotel. I moved to Atlanta for work, but I hate the area. I've been through Atlanta, but not to Atlanta. Guess what's wild? Atlanta has 2 Micro Centers. Interesting. It's a big city. It's a very big city. But yeah, you would think that they would have 2 in Georgia, but not 2 in one city. That is crazy. I mean, there's 4 in New York State, and like there's 3 of those are in just different boroughs of New York City, I think. ATL traffic sucks. Any big city traffic sucks. I've never been to a city that has a big city that has good traffic. Raji Dad, tell me one big city that has good traffic. There ain't one. There is not one, unfortunately. Tampa? When I think big city, I mean, Tampa's not a small... I don't think Tampa, though, when I think big city. But, like, sure. Like, I'm talking about, like, your Dallas, your Houston, your Chicago, your New York City. Atlanta is big, you know. Miami was terrifying to... We had Uber drivers. It was terrifying to go around in. Yep, the tolls kill most of the savings for Micro Center in New York City. True. Thanks for all the help, Ray. Last question. Is it okay to ask follow-up questions in later streams? Yeah, sure, of course. Unless I'm helping somebody else, in which case you just wait a little bit if it's an involved question. Chicago public transportation is great. I wouldn't know. I didn't actually go to Chicago. I have beef with TJ right now because he would always say, come up to Chicago. And I'm like, I can't wait to go to Chicago, have a Chicago dog, Chicago deep dish pizza. And then it's like never really got to be in Chicago. He even said in response to the video when I was like, hey, tell me if you guys know of any good deep dish places the video before I made the trip. And he was like, something Jerry's, something pizza is like right across the street. We had McDonald's and Jimmy John's. Like I was expecting him to be to be all about it. But we had so much work to do. It didn't matter. Roger Dad, when I lived in the DC metro area, I bought a car when I went up there. I just sold it. Because like I just did not need it. Some areas just have really good really good public transportation. I just ordered a Geometric Future M5 in green and black. It's a nice looking case. I've never built in it, but it's a nice looking case. I feel like the cable management would be weird in it. I'd have to ask Jeff about that. SkyTech Jeff. But okay, I'm going to look something up really quick. Give me a second. I got to close a bunch of these windows here. Tabs. To me, tabs. Oh, also, I want to rewind because this part of this track is so good. I'm going to crank it a little bit while I look this up. Y'all probably used to it because I've done this a million times with this one song. And thank you, Zackenstein, for the Prime subscription and gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. That is a Tier 1 sub to Lido War, Iron Pally 1, It's Jord, Nut Jaspers, and Royale with Cheese 43. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you for that. Just to be clear, it's not necessary if I help you out to give any subs or bits or donos or anything, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. And refresh the stream because an ad's about to start. Refresh it so it knows you're subbed. Refresh the stream. Anybody who got a sub. Thank you for all the help. I hope to pay it forward to the rest of the community. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Man, I feel like we've gotten more subs in this one stream than like the last 5 or 6. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. No shade to anybody. I'm just saying it's just like surprising. It's nice. I like it. Thank you. TechWorks Media Group, what's up? Welcome. Okay. It's so funny because supposedly this thing is putting out the vertical stream, but I don't see like a separate chat for that. Three Rivers 810, thank you for the Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the Swarm. Which, by the way, I don't know if I can call the Swarm anymore, guys. We got to talk about this. You guys know Vedal? Amazing streamer, amazing like developer for Neurosama. All that. Really, really good content. All of that. Amazing stuff. They call their community the Swarm. Why? They don't have an awesome bee mascot. I don't get it. He's a turtle. She's an AI. Like what? It makes no sense. But they're way bigger than I am and our community is. What do? I have no recourse. Nothing I can do. So you know what? I don't care. I'm doing it. And y'all are still the Swarm. You're my Swarm. We are the Swarm. And they can just sue me, I guess. And then they'll get canceled. I don't want that. I think Vedal and Neurosama are awesome. And that whole thing is the best. Okay. So here is what we are looking at. Also, by the way, Three Rivers, you said I always forget about my Prime sub. There's a reason that a lot of streamers say those two words combined so often, Prime and sub, is because they're not hungry for a sandwich, okay? It's because people do forget that, oh, I linked my my account, Prime, do my Prime sub. Yeah. I will say that Twitch is pretty good about reminding you when you're going to go subscribe to something, it'll say, hey, your Prime sub's available. But anyway, Lone Vaquero, here's what we're looking at. I'm looking at a refurbished UPS place because here's the problem. You're already talking about 1,000 watts of power. You're not going to protect that with $100, a brand new $100 UPS. That's going to give you like maybe 400 watts or something, 350, something like that. But you can get refurbished UPSs where they will basically ensure that it's working, give it a warranty or a guarantee, and replace the battery, and then charge a lot less. So if we look at a desktop/floor model, we should find some here. And what you don't want to look for the VA, okay? You want to find something that has a wattage rating that matches at least what your PSU can put out. Because to be clear, your power supply is not going to be using all that wattage all the time. Actually, none of these have the wattage rating, just VA rating. Does anybody know the math for this? Do I need to go 1500 VA? To be able to do 1,000 watts? I always forget how they compare. And I know it can shift. It can be different. Let's take a look at this one. Or this one here. I don't know. This one's more modern, but it's $30 more. I don't know. Let's see. I like how they have a street price. 1,500 VA, 1,000 watts. That's what I figured. Okay. Thank you very much. Cherokee Vapors, it might be doing that just so they can lower it again for Black Friday. Now, Tanmay is saying 1,500 is close to 750, 850 watts. Yeah, 980 watts, 1440 VA. I think this for, you said an 850 watt power supply and two 50 watt monitors. What you're going to want to do is just one monitor and potentially maybe your modem router, and this should cover you. You just need one monitor because you just need to shut down your computer properly. But you might want your internet to continue running if it can. If there's a power outage, sometimes you'll have something like, I mean, if your signal's not good enough, and the power is out on anything on the line that is boosting that signal, you can have pretty spotty internet, but it could still work. Oh, do you have Starfield? Of course. And again, I wasn't trying to play that up or anything. But I guess you and I, we're used to we're used to SIs. We're not used to going that route. So that's how it is what it is. But yeah, something like this, Lone Vaquero, is only $30 more than the budget that you gave me. 100, 200 bucks. This is $229. A fully tested, refurbished, professionally packaged with a new factory fresh battery installed and ready for immediate shipment. There you go. So I'll just give you the link for this. If you want something with a more modern interface, it's gonna be $30 more for this one. That actually has a screen on it. Okay, you don't need that. To be clear, let me see the specs on it real quick. 900 watts. So it's a lower wattage rating on this. So yeah, I would go with this one right here. And here's your link. This is why you don't just go for the thing that's pretty. You need the thing that does the stuff you need it to do when you need a thing to do stuff. The thing that you get needs to be able to do that thing. Okay. Depends on the power factor of the unit and the mains voltage, 230 volt AC versus 110. We're looking at 110. Or 120 as it states here. I have never known the difference, by the way. I do not know electrical engineering. I am not an electrical engineer. CyberPower UPSs are not CyberPower PC, Roger Dead. Not the same company. But as far as CyberPower UPSs, yeah, they're fine. Like, of course, no problem. You're all good. I mean, this thing is a $500 UPS, but brand new. or it was brand new, whenever it was. So like, it's a hell of a, you're paying half the price. And I've mentioned this to you guys plenty of times. I should probably make a video on this at some point. But what I should do is maybe reach out to Refurb UPS or just buy one and review it. But I should reach out to them, honestly, because I've bought from them before and it worked fine. But these things do fail after a while, or I've had to replace. It's been a long time. They've been around for a long time. So power factor of 0.8 would put 1300 VA at 1040 watt. Well, that's not what this had. This is like 1480 VA and like 900 and something watt. So I don't know. Again, y'all, you could say literally anything in terms of that, and I'd be like, oh yeah, yes, quite interesting. Yes, I don't know. Ask Physics Duck. He would know. I don't. Or Electro Boom. The problem is when people are shopping for these and they see 1500 VA and they just equate that to watts, because that is not how that works. People forget batteries in these are consumable and must be replaced. Indeed. And these guys, they just do that. And they recondition it, clean contacts, make sure all the electronics are working, and they put a new battery in it. And because they probably get these things from businesses for pennies on the dollar. It's a smart business practice, I think. I think it's a good business. How often would I need to replace batteries? No telling. These usually have indicators on them. If you look, these will have indicators on them. This one specifically has an indicator that says replace battery. So just listen to that instead of listening to me. One second. Let's see the list, see if anybody else has filled it out. And they have. So, hold on, let me do this. I just want to tell you guys, as a reminder, if you fill out the form, don't just expect me to know that. You do have to say, unless I missed it in chat, hey, I filled out the form and I'm waiting for help, or I'm here, I'm on the list. Chicles, you haven't actually said, I think, anything in chat. TechWorks, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well also. I'm doing quite good. Just trying to hang on through the busiest week of the year. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. I would say maybe like Computex is the busiest week of the year, or maybe CES. But like the busiest week in general from home, I would say, is Black Friday. For tech content creators. Batteries in these use lead-acid chemistry and start smelling like sulfur as the seals corrode. Usually every year is good to replace, assuming heavy use and discharge cycles. Right on. I feel like I just asked ChatGPT, Tanmay. I feel like I just asked ChatGPT, how often do I replace the battery in my UPS? So you just want to like imagine the TikTok AI voice. Batteries in these use lead acid chemistry and start smelling like sulfur as the seals corrode. Has Linus convinced you to buy AA rechargeables? I think MKBHD did when he had the USB-C ones, but I haven't bought any yet. I want to. I like all things to be USB-C. I think that's the best, but I just haven't bought it yet. I don't use a lot of things that require actual batteries. Like, yeah. Well, yeah. Also make sure the UPS is not closed off and has some ventilation. Yeah. Vaquero and everybody. Yeah. Don't throw like your dirty laundry on top of your UPS. Make sure it can cool itself. Bro sounds like a Pokédex. Nice. I still think that our buddy RGB would make an amazing Pokemon. Okay. And guys, look, listen. I need to talk to you guys real quick about something. Okay. I need to run this by y'all. Okay. I am in a bad spot right now. I've been watching for a while now certain channels like Purple Cliff, Deep Pocket Monster, Short Pocket Monster, all of that, where they rip Pokemon packs, find cards, collect them, do things like that, challenges, all that. I feel like Deep Pocket Monsters, like set challenges are some of my this really good content. Okay, I've been into Pokemon for a long time, but I've never really collected the cards other than getting some with my kiddo when she was younger. I have been watching too much of this stuff, and I've noticed that there's a couple of ETBs that are not that expensive right now. Pokemon are still a thing. Oh, that's the wrong button. I meant to press this. Hold on. Let me try that again. Pokemon are still a thing. Yeah, they're still a thing. Didn't the market crash 3 weeks ago? It'll come back up. That's why I'm like, see, the thing about it is I don't care about like, I don't have any investment in it right now. So when it crashes, that's when you buy stuff. And there are like the ETBs that I saw, the Elite Trainer boxes that I saw on Amazon were like $200 before. $250. Now they're like back to like 70 with a bunch of packs in there. And I just like, I even, because another nail in that coffin was the Game Grumps, their playthrough that they're doing of TCG Card Shop Simulator, which I got that game. It's $12. And it slightly scratches the itch because you're like ripping packs and finding cards and like getting them graded and selling them and all that stuff. But I kind of want to get it. But the thing about it is, I don't really want to get into it because of Purple Cliff specifically. I don't want to just get into it and it's not an investing thing for me. I kind of want to start playing the TCG because it looks like a lot of fun. And like they have big tournaments and stuff. Like I'm talking about like regionals and nationals and world championships and stuff. Not that I would ever get there, but it just looks like fun. Don't do it. You'll start with the cheap ETBs, and the next thing you know, you're buying $500 packs of the originals. I don't really care about the vintage Pokemon stuff. Because, you know why? Three Rivers, you know why? Because I didn't play the older Pokemon games back in the day. I had the original Game Boy, but I didn't really follow up after that with more Nintendo handhelds. I didn't get the Advance, the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, DS, 3DS, none of those. I didn't have any of those. So I didn't really start playing Pokemon games other than via emulator now and then until Sword and Shield. Now I am interested in I actually reached out to ADEF to see, because he was talking a while back about doing an archipelago together. ADEF is awesome. If you don't already follow his content, the dude is the best. Okay. And he also does really cool stuff, featuring on other channels and things like that. But he was saying like, yeah, we should do an archipelago sometime. But we were thinking was it would be something like SMZ3. Like I would do that. I would do Super Metroid, Zelda 3 randomizer, and he would do Pokemon or something like that. And we would get items for each other. It's really cool. But I was thinking like I've been watching Soul Link Nuzlocke content, and I kind of want to do that. Like there's a while back, Point Crow was doing a bunch of those, and Jaden Animations was doing a bunch of those. I guess time to change myself to Tammy AI. I feel like that would be good. Nintendo versus Pal World is still going on, so yes, Pokemon still. Well, I mean, that's not the only reason. It's still a thing. I feel like Pokemon Legends Z-A was a really good game. I had a lot of fun. Speak in favor of UPS. I just had a brief power outage. A small flicker, but it was enough for the UPS to engage and protect the PC. Yay, winter storms. That's awesome. But yeah, Rurutu ETB is an elite trainer box, and it's a way to get basically, you get some bonus things in there, like promo cards, things like that, and you get a bunch of packs of the cards to open up. And of course, it's all, I mean, it's gacha before Gachapon existed, right? Or gacha games existed. That's where all that came from. Pokemon TCG as a game is fine. The investment isn't super high, and the gameplay is very consistent. Hey, Jaden Animations. Jaden's awesome. Been watching Jaden for a long time. Did you watch MHA final season? No. I fell off of My Hero Academia, I guess during like the Vigilante arc, if that's what it was called. But it's only because Ari kind of got tired of it for a while. We'll come back to it eventually. We're trying to get through the, not trying to, but we're enjoying the last season right now, the most current season right now of Dr. Stone. It's so good. It is so good. But let me ask you guys this. This is a very important question. If I did side content of just for fun ripping packs, would y'all watch that? If I did that, like if I did shorts, if I got an ETB and I opened a pack a day or did something like that, would y'all watch? Or if I did a stream where I opened up and did a bunch of, would y'all watch that? Because the reason I would want that is because I don't know anything about it. Not because like I'm good at that stuff or I know anything about it, but because I don't. So basically I need y'all to be there like, oh, that's good. That's a good pull or whatever. I don't even know how to look it up. Like I'm that out of it. I'm that out of that whole thing. MHA Finale's Avengers Endgame level good. Tammy, that's a big claim. Boypade HYD, what's up? Welcome. Hi, hello. Thank you for saying hello first. I appreciate that. I'm already having 5070. I want a CPU. Boy Patty, I need you to do something for me. Boy Patty, do this. Look in the description. There is a link there. You have given me some good information already, and kudos for that. That's awesome. But I need a little more. And that's kind of the way we do things around here. So go to the description, fill out the form, and then I can give you some advice. I hope I said your name somewhat correctly. Would be interesting. I felt you wanted to ask that before you even asked it. Yeah. Rosrael, I've played a lot. I used to do Sunday gaming streams, and I played a lot of randomizers there. Mostly, like Link to the Past, Zelda Link to the Past, and Super Metroid, or the combination thereof. My favorite randomizer is Super Metroid Map Randos. That's my absolute favorite. I basically, if I need a break, I play one. I'd play through a whole one. I've done probably at this point like 300 of them, 400 of them. I've been doing them for a long time. So much so, fun fact, Razrael, you might like this. They have community races, and the weekly ones are broadcast on the Speed Gaming Network, and I've done commentary for that. I've done yeah. I'm going to be doing more. Actually, it's WX Fan who's in here who got me into doing that because I wanted to, and he was like, just do it. Just sign up. So I'm going to be hopefully doing another couple of the upcoming weekly ones so that I feel comfortable doing it for the tournament that's coming up. Personally, I don't care for pack opening, but I bet you could make it worth watching. Well, thank you. I watched half a season of MHA. It was like watching a Naruto fan fiction. Oh, Rurutu, that I feel like that's savage, but you are entitled to that opinion. Wow. Besides, don't forget, fan fiction has actually launched entire franchises. I think it would be fine, especially if you broke up the opening the ETB throughout on normal stream. That would be kind of cool, actually. I think I would like it mainly due to the fact that you don't know anything about and so we could go on the journey with you. And even like $4 cards would be amazing to people who don't know better. See, my thing is this: when I'm watching, like, you know, should I open it or should I keep it sealed or any of those things? He's like going through some gorgeous cards, beautiful cards. And he's like, ugh. Like, it's not the one card I want. Like, what do you mean? That card was sick. And that's like one of the best Pokemon. What do you mean? And I'll bet if I knew the TCG, he's throwing out, calling bulk, a bunch of really playable cards. And I was watching one of his challenges. And I mean, I'm not calling him out. Like, his content's awesome, okay? And that's the whole purpose of that short form content, is to find those hits, right? So I get it. But this last one of these ones he was doing, he was in Seattle, and there's this guy who has this place where he just teaches kids like the TCG, and it's really cool because some of them have gone on to win like nationals. That's really cool and really wholesome. But he's like, hey, let me take a look at your bulk. Some of those are really good playable cards. And I was like, yeah, it's a game. It's an actual game. Awesome. I do enjoy rando races. Absolutely. And it's funny because, like, okay, Raspberry, do you know who Emmett is? I'm sure if you like map rando races, you probably know who Oats and Goats is. Most people who like Super Metroid content know Oats. I feel sad when such cool cards have just have a price tag attached and then thrown to the side. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, I would be there like, oh, this is an awesome card. And that's something I really like about watching Purple Cliff. First off, purple in the name, has a purple plushie. Like, that's we're already bros. He doesn't know it yet. But he'll be like, this is a great card. And it's like 83 cents. Yes, thank you. I just hate the idea of all these works of art and people care about 4 of them per set. The chase cards. Like, that bothers me. Initially, MHA was changing directors like they were hiring from Fiverr. Jesse says, hi, Bray. Should I redo the form? As I've already purchased some components. I'm from South Africa. I didn't get a chance to join the previous streams. Certainly, you can do that. 100%. Okay, hang on a second. I am going to go grab something. I'm going to leave this on the... I'm going to leave it on this screen. And here you go. I will be right back. 1 second. All right, I am back. Okay, looks like we had some people join the list. That's cool. All right. I'll take a look at that in a second. Just wanted to show you all this. Hey, I filled the form over. I'm from India. I just need suggestions on CPU only to pair with 5070. Okay. All right. Well, this made you tell me what you want to do with it, I guess. So that helps. But you already said that. So let me see something here. Why is that not working? Did I turn it off? I might have unplugged it. Why is that so low? What is this? What's going on with that? Anyways, that's not going to work. So, real quick story time. I was at TwitchCon, and I met people from the Pokemon Company. I guess coming out of Seattle. Hey, wait. Oh, there it is. Okay. And instead of a business card or anything like that, what they gave me was this. And then this guy. I was trying to get my top-down camera working, but I guess I unplugged it from my capture card, so I got to fix that. But anyways, they gave me that. I don't know if that's any good. I have no idea. So, but what I did here was I recently watched Purple Cliff's, which was such a cool video. He was playing the Pokemon Fusion game, Infinite Fusion or whatever it's called, and he was pulling packs to decide what Pokemon he would have for his next gym battle or whatever. And he did not want this. This one or the movie ones, the Detective Pikachu ones. Because they have like 3 cards in them. But he had them mixed in there. So when he would get one, he'd be like, ah. But I was like, this is awesome. This is awesome. And so I ripped this. I opened it. And I was like, I got a few cards, but like the Lampent and Quaxley. Here you go. You actually see those. But then I got this. And Darkrai is one of my favorite Pokemon. Like, it's super sick. It's a holo Darkrai, but it's a Halloween edition one, and I don't know. I don't know if that's any good. I have no idea, but I don't care. It's super sick. So I have no idea. Yeah, Lone Vaquero, that one has more headroom than you need. You're good. Depending on the wattage of your modem/gateway from your internet service provider, if that's something you want to connect as well. One thing you'll notice, guys, when you get a UPS, it's going to have 2 sides, usually 2 banks of plugs. One of them will say surge protection. The other one will say battery backup/surge protection. The only things that get plugged into the battery backup thing are the ones you critically need to be on battery backup. The other ones will just stay safe based on surge protection, and that's good. But the stuff you need to shut down properly goes onto the battery backup side. Our prices are inclusive of taxes. Okay. I'm missing some things there. Let me see. Halloween. Yeah, there you go. What's up, Dodger Dog? How's it going? But anyway, if those who know Pokemon cards, like, does this matter? Is this thing any good at all? It's got a little bit of bend to it, but I don't think that usually it's more like other damage to the edges, and which are, by the way, pretty even, actually. But it doesn't matter. It's like probably not worth anything. I don't even know where to look to find that out. This one is like a special promo card or something, and I don't even know if it's any good. I don't know. It looks awesome. It's not holographic or anything. It doesn't matter. That's the thing. Is like I come out on stream and I talk about stuff I know. Like I'm comfortable talking about PCs all day long, all night long. Okay. I don't know. Like I only watch content on this stuff. I'm not in that world, but I'm really wanting to get into it. I've you know, I don't know. I love Pokemon stuff, so I don't know. We'll see. TCG player, that'll tell you. Okay. I don't know. I'll do that off stream. It's fine. Just a basic card, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Whatnot may be a good place to start. Whatnot? Like literally called Whatnot? Well, let me see TCG player. TCG player. Oh, hey, how surprising. They don't actually have the thing I'm looking at. This is just like a special Halloween set or whatever. Let me just look at this real quick. Then we'll get back to the list. Okay, I promise. Let's see. And I don't know. It's overwhelming. It's absolutely overwhelming. Now I get how you guys feel when you're like, I'm just trying to get into PCs. Why is there so much information? Yeah, all right, I get it. Let me see. That's a different one than this. This might be 2024. That's the one. That's the one right there. Unopened, worth 85 cents. Man, they really went all out, did they not? Great time they have apps for Android or iPhone that you can scan the card with the camera and tell you everything you need to know. Sweet. You can't post links though, Gamer Kid, but I appreciate that. You can just tell me the name of the app. Is that 136 out of 197? If so, not bad at PSA 10. Which one? It is, actually. Yeah, the Darkrai is... Okay, well, it's going to try to track my face. That's not going to work. Yeah, you can't see it because the lighting sucks there, but yes, it is. This, of course, I thought about this. And if maybe if you all thought about it, but you were too nice to say anything, my hands do shake. And if you're doing content of ripping packs and looking through cards, your hands are front and center. I did think about this. I don't care. All right. I just want to settle this, and then I can move on. sure. It's not one that came up with the same name, but that's okay. I'm just going to do this, then I can move on. Collector is a good one. That's what I use for my Pokemon collection. Okay. I'll see if I can find it. What's up, Nighthawk? How's it going? Ray, I'm looking for some desktop speakers under $100 for music and watching videos. Do you have any to go-tos? Yeah, the Mackie CRX. I think they're called CRX X's. I need to look at the name. But they're like $85, something like that. I'll have to look. Yeah, it's a 29-cent card. There you go. Wow. All right, let's try this one. What? Why does it say that this one is $154? Why is that? Why would that happen? Why would they give me that? Why would they just give me that? Why would the Pokemon Company people give me that? I mean, we had a great chat. But they wouldn't just do that, right? It's a stamped promo. They usually go for a higher price. It is stamped. It is. Oh, grade 6. That's rough. Roger, to have a good one. Oh wait, that's on the that's something on the sleeve. That's a stamp on the sleeve. Why would they give me? I didn't trick the app. No. Here, let me try it again. Sorry guys, this is kind of crazy. Hold on. Crazy if true. Same. I took the sleeve off that had the little symbol on it, and it's still. You're right though. It didn't cost them much, but like the people themselves could sell it, like the employees. That's a PSA 10 grade though, so worth like $20. Oh, yours was worth like $20. No, I took it out of the sleeve. Everything. I took just a basic picture of the card by itself. That's crazy. It's the World Championship card. It has that little symbol on it. Whatever. I don't care. I'm just gonna. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. It's in a sleeve too. I couldn't. You would have to have sent it out, have it graded, and depending on what that grade is, the value would be. But it's possible. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I'm just curious as to why they would give that out, but I don't know. But hey, cool. I'll take it. I'll tell you what. If I ever intend on collecting them, then that's a great start. It's a great start for it. The whole Pokemon thing subject to what you want it to be. For you personally, I kept everything that was holographic because I like the way they look. That's usually a good move. Also, another card with $400 Australian, and it was a grade 9.5, sold for $50. Pretty sure I lost it. Yeah, I guess you would have lost out on that one. Yeah. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get back to work. All right. Enough of this not helping people stuff. I'm going to help people now. So Cheekless did not say anything after I said, hey, say something. Did they? If you're here, you got to say something. What's up, Sick PCs? What's up, Mikey? How's it going? Already finished helping Zackenstein. Getting mostly part list requests tonight, but that's fine. And they dropped 5 subs. That was super nice of them. And subscribed to the Prime. That was really cool. So this is mostly conversational here from what I'm gathering. We're just talking about upgrading. So Boy Patty, you said oh, and Hitman, I see you're on the list, and Jesse, you're also on the list. Let me go ahead and mark y'all down as being on the list. Got it. Thank you for letting me know. We're back to work, everybody. We're doing this. What time is it? 11:46. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm trying to get a video out tomorrow too. So I'm going to say this, Boy Patty. Because you're trying to do more than just gaming, you're trying to do streaming, I would actually recommend the 9800X3D over the 7800X3D. There is a noticeable increase in performance in non-gaming applications between the 7800X3D and the 9000 series variant, because they moved the 3D V cache to underneath the core complex die, or CCD, which means better temperatures, because now the CCD is right there with the integrated heat spreader and the interface material there. It's not having to try to get heat through the 3D V cache and the structural silicon around it. So 9800X3D, if you're trying to do anything streaming, content creation wise, I'm going to give you an example right here, okay? It's still not going to be the best when it comes to content creation stuff if you're trying to edit video, but it is a good step forward over the 7800X3D, and here's what I mean. Peckish, I'm on it. I'm on it. Pokemon can be a rabbit hole if you don't have self-control, lol. Well, the thing is, prices dropped on stuff, Blue Wolf. That's why the only reason why I'm like, I'm watching these videos where they're paying $250 for something that's $80, $70 right now on Amazon. Like, that sounds like a good time to maybe get one and give it a shot. Yeah, MK Loomis, I don't either. The thing is, even though I put on the form at the very top, you must be present during a live stream for your one-on-one. I think a lot of people just skip this whole thing because it's too many words. TLDR, there is no TLDR. So they just start filling out the form. And they think I'm going to email them or something. I'm not going to. It's not going to happen. They are in YouTube chat. Well, they haven't said any. Oh, there they are. The name doesn't exactly match. Cheekless, I was asking for you because you had filled out the form. And you hadn't said, like, anything. Like, I don't automatically know. But this is what I was going to show you. Okay. Let's go to Premiere Pro here. Boy Patty, this is what I'm talking about. But you have a 5070. No. I mean, for streaming and gaming, no. It's not going to bottleneck. I mean, you could go with a 9700X if you wanted to, or 7700X. Because you said here 1440p. If you're gaming at 1080p, yeah, you'll get higher frame rates with a 3D V cache chip, okay? But if you're at 1440p or higher, oops, my bad. You generally don't need to worry about that. But look, if you look at this, between the 9800X3D and the 9700X, the 9800X3D has a sizable performance increase over the 9700X, and that 9700X is better at this stuff than the 7800X3D by a solid amount. So yeah, there is performance to be gained in content creation with the 9800X3D. So go that route if you're really concerned about it. I am currently streaming on a 9800X3D, and it does an amazing job of it. So yeah, this is my gaming streaming PC, and I use a 9800X3D on it. Now, if you're trying to get serious about content creation, yeah, you can spend for a 9950X 3D if you want. But remember, once you turn on a game, you have just a 9800X 3D anyway because of core parking, okay? That is true, Peckish. That helps. You can also send it into PSA, and what will happen, you'll pay to get it graded. I do know how the PSA thing works, yeah. And they'll send it back and tell you even more in detail about price grade and all that stuff. Yes. Remember this, Boy Patty, if you're looking, you already have a 5070. But if you're gaming at 1440p, unless you're specifically playing like Call of Duty or Rust or specific games that still require high CPU, even at higher resolutions, which is not many of them, okay? Not many require that or benefit from it. But specifically those two I have heard, Rust and Call of Duty, still like to have a high-end CPU at higher resolution, and things like Microsoft Flight Simulator and real-time strategy games, okay? That require a lot of calculations, then yeah, your CPU can be important. Most other games at 1440p or higher really benefit from more GPU horsepower than CPU. So instead of spending, you know, I saw that package said, you know, 9600X, that's like half the price of a 9800X 3D. So you can take that $200, $250 that you save and put it towards going up to a 5070 Ti, except that you already have a 5070. So either way, if you're going to be doing more, like I wouldn't do 9600X for streaming. Because as you can see, Peckish, they did say gaming and streaming, but you came in saying for just gaming. That's not what they're doing. So that information doesn't help them. So if you look at, say, a 9700X or a 7700X, you'll be better off than with a 6-core 12 thread CPU. And if you really care about specific games that would benefit from 3D Vcache, I would say 9800X 3D is going to be the better bet because you want to do streaming and maybe some content creation, probably. Streaming usually leads to needing to do stuff like making graphics and thumbnails, and you might want to put a video out here and there. So, yeah. Yeah, package, that is pretty rough. Yeah. Did someone say core parking? Usually if anyone said anything, it's probably me, Araxinus, since I'm the only one who can talk on this. But yeah, I did. If you already have a 5070 and just buy the absolute best CPU you can afford. I don't think that's necessarily necessary, but yeah. It's not a bad thing to have a 5070. You're not trying to play in 4K. At 1440p, the 5070 is very high performance. It's very good, okay? And the VRAM being at 12 gigs is not going to be a problem at 1440p, okay? I didn't run it when I was testing the 5070. I didn't run into any issues playing at 1440p. It wasn't until I got to 4K that I started running low on VRAM, and it did cause issues. Good response to my message. I'm glad you liked it. I didn't know if you would. 9600X, 2100, and that's a lot of numbers. Of course, the 9800X 3D is going to be the most expensive 8-core AMD CPU, hands down. But based on the forum, I mean, you told me you have $2,000 to buy this CPU, I guess. It doesn't really, the budgets don't really work for upgrades in the way that they do for full PCs. So I don't know exactly what you have available for spending. But I will say the 9800X 3D has been an absolute performer when it comes to gaming and streaming, and that's what you want to do. So cool. That's what I use. That means, yes, I can recommend it. So if you're asking for my recommendation based on seemingly more abundant budget than needed for a CPU and gaming plus streaming and pro gaming / esports means, yeah, your CPU is very important. 9800X 3D, sure thing. There we go. Okay, Hitman 22. What is up? Oh, look at you. You've already got a cart from Sick PCs. Mikey, is that why you're here? Mikey, is that why you're here? Hitman, you still here? Oh, Cheekless, I'm sorry. I will come back to yours. Let me just take care of this one real quick. Wanted to provide B with some context as prices differ. Yeah, I know. It's just that I don't have an actual budget to work with, so I'm going based off of the usage. And yeah, they did fill out a budget thing, but they put $2,000 for an upgrade. So yeah, 9800 X3D all day long. Yeah, that is... Oh, see, what they're saying, Boy Patty, is that the GPU is bottlenecking the CPU. Right? That's... Yeah. That's because you can actually see, even at 4K, you can see performance improvements if you're on a 5090. Okay? Don't worry about that. Oh, no. Christian Stoffel? Christian. This budget actually says it's not 5K. It's 5,000 or more. Not sure you saw that because I was only looking at it briefly. But yeah, so Hitman, with that in mind, what is your actual maximum budget? Wow, did I really miss this? I guess you did. Look at you throwing in a UPS. Very nice. That's a nice one. I feel bad for recommending a refurbished one earlier if I'd known this one was this price. Hey, Vaquero, if you're still here, take a look at this model number because that's brand new. And you pronounced my last name correctly. Well done. I do try. I was unsure whether it would be like Stoffel or Stoffel, but I just threw it out there. Apparently, this CP1500 PFC LCD, at least from it's brand new, 1500 VA, 1000 watts, 12 outlets, all that. Brand new, at least from Sick PCs, is $255. Brand new, not refurbished. Okay, 7,500. Well, if you use my coupon code, you're there. HS420. Nice, nice. It's gonna look good with the D30s in there. Now, for those of you who are here, like, oh my God, you can find a PC with blah 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 parts for blah blah blah. This is a boutique build from a boutique builder. This is art, okay? This is not. There's Netflix and then there's the opera, okay? Strix X870E. Oh, it's $239.95 on Amazon. Nice. Okay. Not surprising if it's not exactly what it is here. You have to remember, Amazon's pricing is going to go like this. And SIs can't do that. Can you put fans there? I believe you can, but I would put a screen there, honestly. I think it'd look sick with one of those long screens. Mm-hmm. Because it has good performance without that. I'd put fans. That's fine. That's okay. But no, from what I understand, the performance is good without that, without those fans. 990 Pro, 2 terabyte, not going Gen 5. I see that. Okay. Not necessary, depending on what you're doing. Let's see what that is. What are you doing with this? Just gaming, man. You're getting a massive PC for that, but that's awesome. So liquid freezer 360, 2 packs of Fantex D30s. Did you specify? I'm sure, Mikey, you'll get whichever ones are reverse flow that need to be. Although I think in the configurator, you can choose reverse flow fans. So like for your bottom intake, you don't want standard flow fans. You want reverse flow, which you can get with these. But Mikey knows his work. He's going to get the right ones for you anyway. I don't think I would go 1,000 watts. I would go 1,200 at least with a 5090 and a 9800X 3D. That's not the most power hungry CPU, but I would still go 1,200 watts at least. It's not mounting issues, Peckish. It's the fact that it has a thicker radiator than most AIOs, which is great for performance. But in a case the size of the HS420, yeah, you're solid. Now, what I might think about is, well, actually, what I might think about doing is getting the 420 millimeter one, not the 360. But do you need that for a 9800X 3D? Absolutely not. It's just the fact that you can get it. But yeah, I would swap this for the 1,200 watt. So what we can do, I can move this to my configurator, because I have one with sick PCs of my own. As you can see here, where it says Braethorn for the builder. Oh, I gotta unlock it again. Hold on a second. I forgot what that was set to. Give me a second. I just gotta open up Discord real quick. Oh, I think my back is hurting. FGN, what's going on? Welcome. I thought I was on the right screen for that. I don't normally vape on screen. That's my bad. Sorry. Don't vape, kids. It's bad for you. Like I turned off the other camera to do that. Where is... God, I have to scroll back a while. Where was it? I thought it would save it, but it's been a while since I used the configurator. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember it being absolutely ridiculous. Now, the actual pump that goes in the CPU has been having mounting issues. I haven't heard of that, but okay. It is offset mounting, but that's generally a good thing. Yeah, sorry, MK Loomis, my bad. Don't vape, kids. It's bad for you. Okay, now I can. Oh, we got the BF360. Love that case. I really want to build in it. I need to reach out to Haven. Okay, select 9800X 3D. See how much I can do off of memory. It was this, right? Let me just double check. Already messed up. Yes. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we have... Yeah, we have a discount for Black Friday on this builder. Anybody coming in with that's looking for their end game PC is gonna get a sweet discount here. So this should come out to less. Sorry, Mikey. Sick PCs are great builders. They just built mine and can't say enough good things about my rig. Hey, there you go. If Hitman, if you want to see what a build like this can be like, I did a whole stream unboxing and I called it the end game PC because that's what this is. Although it is the beginning of games, it's not the end of it. I don't remember the RAM. Okay. Yeah, that's about right for RAM prices. For this high-end kit, yeah. Remember what I told you guys. Smaller builders, smaller scale builders are going to be hurting on this. With RAM prices. Mikey, we haven't even talked about it yet. Okay, what I might do here, 17, with the savings that you're getting for me using my builder here, I'm going to put in a Gen 5 drive instead of Gen 4. You got a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. It's like a $60 difference, but it's way faster. No, I know, man. I know. Don't you worry. I am aware. Also, you could even take some of that savings and add, it's actually, no, the price has jumped up. Never mind. Say you can add in a 4 terabyte secondary drive, but you're probably not going to need that, depending if you want to have your whole Steam library installed at once, then yeah. But other than that, no. And which one was it here? Tough Gaming. And yes, 5090s have been affected already for like a month or so, or 2 months. So, I'm sorry. I never use these. I'm sorry. There. That makes it a lot faster. Is that a different card? Oh, yeah. Okay. That's the one you chose. Wait. All right. I'm about to save you a big old headache right here. Okay? Not a headache if it didn't matter to you. But you went with the White Haven case. I didn't even pay attention to this. I'm going to give you an all-white build. Don't worry. Everything will be all white. Hold on. Sorry, wrong button. Do you see what I did there? And it's less than 100. Oh, it's about $100 more. There you go. Also, I'll swap you out to a white motherboard. You're just gaming. Like, you don't need that motherboard that you chose. That has the extra. Oh, I love the Edge TI. It's so nice. It's an awesome motherboard. Okay. The Trix cooler would look crazy in there. I need to do the cooler first, actually. We're going to swap you to the white cooler. And actually, we can go with the Fantex Glacier 1 D30. But it is a price increase. Not a huge one. I think it's 50 bucks. But it is 420 millimeters, which is perfect for this case. I know you said you'd do an LCD cooler in here, but like, I do like the Trix Panorama. I do. But they didn't initially choose one, so I'm not going to choose that for them. But I am going to go with the one that has matching fans included. Like, I would personally rather put that money towards the GPU being color matching than adding an LCD. Let's see what did we do price wise on the motherboard. It's the same price. It's actually a little bit. It's like $9 more. but it's going to look choice in there. The RAM was fine. And we go with the Zotac GPU. Not that one. I know. Don't say anything. Yeah, prices on 5090s have shot up. They have increased dramatically. 1200 watt power supply. Now, just to be clear, be careful which board you pick. Looks like it's bugged. Bray, do yourself a big favor and refresh the compatibility. Okay. That's okay. All right, we'll start from scratch. It's all good. I was basically starting from scratch anyway. Hitman, if you want me to put the Trikes cooler with the curved AMOLED screen in there, I can. Do you want me to do that? Or do you want me to stick with the 420 millimeter Glacier 1? And just real quick, Mikey, the bottom fans can be 140 millimeter, correct? I feel like if you put 120 millimeter fans in there, it's going to look a little small if it's designed for 140 millimeter fans. Okay. Three Rivers says full send on the screen, and Three Rivers has offered to pay the extra $100 for that. That's very generous of you, Three Rivers. And Peckish, they're splitting. Also, I guess Mikey said it too. We have 3 different people who are offering to pay for your upgrade to an LCD because they're like, full send, let's go, for a PC that isn't theirs. But I do like the input, guys. I'm just joshing you. Just joshing. Well, ID Cooling FX360. That's not 420, is it? And neither is the Trikes. My suggestion is the Glacier 1. It comes with the matching fans. The case is called the HS420. I'm recommending the 420 D30. It has fans that match the D30 fans they chose, although they chose black fans, which I was going to say it's a white case. You get white fans, but yeah, but it's pretty and super duper cheap with insane cooling performance. But yeah, no, I'm saying this right here. The LCD can sort of, it's cool. It's great. But like proper fitment and really filling out those spots where the radiator goes and all that stuff, I think is worth it. This is actually kind of tough. As much as I like the Edge TI, the Z890 Edge TI, the X870E from Gigabyte actually has, the plastics are not clashing on it. I think this is a better looking board. We're going to go with this. And it's also like $25, $30 cheaper. Or about $30 cheaper. Just so you know, going from the Gen 4 drive to this Gen 5 drive, your speeds have doubled. Your potential sequential write and read speeds have just about doubled. For like, how much? It is a lot, actually. Well, no, it's a 1 terabyte. 17, about 50, 60 bucks. Kind of a drop in the bucket with a build like this. Let's be honest. Zotac. Done. 1200 watts. Done. And 140 millimeter D30 3-pack reverse airflow for the bottom intake. You don't need it for the top now. However, on this case, we have 2 fan spaces in the back. Now, one of them I think is intake and one's exhaust. Something weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the 1 3-pack here. You don't need to buy 2 of those. That's saving you 115 bucks because now that the AIO comes with matching fans already. But you need 2 more fans for the back. I'm going to add on 2 individual fans here, Mikey. You know which ones to get. I'm just putting 2 of them on there. I don't know whether they need to be reverse flow or not, but I'm adding 2. You can do the rest. I trust you. And Windows 11 Pro, 15 bucks, deal of the century. And you had added this, so I'm going to go ahead and add it as well. Now, this is actually a little bit underpowered, but going for the one that does 1500 watts is double the price. I'm actually going to recommend in this circumstance, I don't know, you might want to consider a refurbished UPS if you're looking for an even higher wattage. But yeah, we've dropped the price from $75.79 down to $73.55 using my builder. So Hitman, that's before my discount code too, okay? Like, I got you. Just because you have a high budget doesn't mean you can't save money. Now, what I need you to do is this, okay? Hitman, I need you already did. You already grabbed a desk mat to rep sick PCs. You got the Frosty. I need you to go in here, get some other merch with that money you're saving, all right? Rep this absolute artist, okay? The extended warranty is another good way to spend that, actually. Also, the strimmer cables as well. Don't buy strimmers. I recommend Asia Horse cable covers. Literally just strimmers, but they don't need an iConnect hub. Keeps the PSU cables and is far cheaper. Peckish, have you seen how clean the wireless cables can be? They don't have RGB cables. They don't have power cables. They just run off of the power of the wires, the cables they're extending. And then you just have a USB adapter. That's it. And I showed Mikey how you can take an internal adapter and make it to where it's an internal wireless adapter. It doesn't stick out of the back of the PC. Where is the extended warranty? Is it not here? Is it in the... That is a sick desk mat. It is. I like that. But I'm more partial to the pink and purple one, honestly. That might just be me. The cover goes all the way to the end. I see. Okay. Well, that's fine, but yeah. Oh, and once you add it to cart, it should pop up. All right. I hope my cart is empty, by the way. I believe it is. It is. I did it. Look at this Black Friday deal right here, taking off the build fee. You're really building this thing for free. Look at you. And then we got to go in. Let me share the cart back to you. All right. I'm going to share the cart with you, but you can. Okay. Copy link copied. Let's see. There you go. Above estimated total. Okay. Warranty's right there. This is my problem. I don't know what to do with this window. Like I can't click that now. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, actually, you're saving enough already without my discount code, unless it's putting in my discount code automatically. Unless there isn't, I guess there isn't a code because it's like my builder. I don't know. It already is applied, maybe, whatever. But you can pick, 2-year, 3-year warranty, just like that. Now, if you don't, you still have basically the warranty on the components. And, basically Mikey taking care of you in that way. But this is just an extension of the, okay. Well, anyways, Mikey can explain it better than I can. Let's see. Does it? Often PC components have a longer warranty. What I'm trying to say is more often than not, PC components have a longer warranty than any SI offers, like iBuyPower with their like 3-year labor, 1-year parts warranty or whatever. That's like your power supply has what, 10, 12 years? Yeah. $286 off. Damn. All right. So, Hitman, what you're going to want to do is type in this code. Because you came to the stream, and because I work with Sick PCs, like I work with a lot of SIs. Well, Sick PC is actually more generous with their discount code than I think any other SI, by the way. Yeah, you just saved like $600-700, and I upgraded your PC like in multiple ways. However, I strongly feel that if you had just put this order in, not to sell my own services short here, I strongly feel that if you had put this order in, you would have gotten an email from Mikey saying, "Hey, are you sure you want all black components in a white PC case? You want that reverse Oreo style? Are you going for a Stormtrooper look?" And then you would have been like, "Oh, actually, can you change them all to white components?" Basically, the final product, you probably would have had something similar, but because of the Black Friday deal that Mikey's been generous with here, like, you're saving over $500 on this. I'd say it's pretty rad for a very boutique builder here. Like, you know, when you get something that's like small batch artisan blank, and it probably has truffles in it or something. That's what you're getting here. What did I say earlier? I liked it, and I don't remember it. Oh, there's Netflix, and then there's the opera. Going to the opera, right? Or going to Broadway. It's going to be something you will never forget, rather than something that is totally forgettable, right? Not forgettable. Other PCs aren't forgettable, okay? You know what I'm saying. It's going to be that much more special is all it is. When you go with boutique, that's what you get. What is Falcon Northwest then? Araxinus, Falcon Northwest is like flying first class instead of coach. It's kind of a similar thing to that. The thing is, you're with this Falcon Northwest is not necessary. You get boutique level service, but I wouldn't necessarily call them a boutique builder. They're a very high-end OEM in some ways, because you're sort of locked into the cases they have, though you can customize them. I wouldn't call them like an artisan. They're a well-oiled machine. That's what Falcon Northwest is. They do what they do, and if you like what they do, it's perfect for you. I like that, both things. There you go. This is why I feel like what I do is important, because every SI brings something unique to the table. I do feel that. And there are, like, Falcon Northwest, when someone who is the right customer for them finds them and buys from them, that is a customer for life. They don't need, like, to have the latest fish tank. They don't need to have a big giant super tower, although the Falcon Northwest used to do that. And they should do it again, Kelt. But it's just like everything in its place. Everything is done like they do one thing. But they do that one thing better than anybody else. Okay? You're not going to find that sort of compact mid tower like the Talon anywhere else. You're not going to find something like the Tiki anywhere else. Falcon Northwest. And Mikey, I'm sorry to take away from their favorite PC builder's favorite PC builder. That's, yeah. I think, who said that? Someone said that, and it's very true. Falcon Northwest worked with Asus to develop the ProArt 4080, which Asus carried forward to 50 series because Falcon Northwest wanted a 2-slot 4080 for the Tiki, okay? That is the power of Falcon Northwest. They work with NVIDIA, like NVIDIA sends them the measurements of the FE cards because of Falcon Northwest's desire to use that sort of rod to cleanly lock it into the case. They need to know the measurements of those screw holes that are on the end of every every Founders Edition card. If you don't know that, there's hidden screws there for mounting it to an OEM case. Basically, Falcon Northwest is what I wish every OEM was. Professional enthusiasts. That is Falcon Northwest. They are the PC nerd that now wears a Versace suit to the business meeting. They have a dedicated supply of those Founders Edition cards. Only one of the only builders that has one. They worked with Jensen like before the number 5 trillion that NVIDIA has. They were in meetings, meeting calls with Jensen and things like that. Like they like that. Kelt is the OG of pre-built gaming PCs. He invented the concept because he didn't like what was out there. And it wasn't like, as someone, I could talk about Kelt Reeves and Falcon Northwest forever because he is the GOAT. Now, why don't I go over their stuff very much? Because right now, well, most of the people that come to me are looking for stuff that is outside the realm of Falcon Northwest, where they want the fish tank cases and lots of RGB. Falcon Northwest has RGB, but it's very limited and it's tasteful, okay? I rocked the Falcon Northwest PC forever, like for a long time, until the 14900K just died. It was just dead. You do good work, Braithorn, yourself. You are a professional enthusiast. I guess it doesn't matter how many graphic tees I wear. I cannot get away from my from my sysadmin days of having to dress nice going to work. Well, Hitman, you got the link, you got the code, and you got the artist working on this for you. I think you're going to be really, really happy with this. And yeah, you saved a lot of money because of when you're getting this and who you're getting, like who you came to for it. I can pat myself on the back for that, but mostly it comes down to Mikey being generous there. It would be hollow. Me patting myself on the back. But no, I will never hesitate to give Kelt Reeves his flowers. Not that he needs them from me. His path is strewn with them. Like basically, I walked around with him at CES one year. It might have been this past January or the one before that. And he just knows everybody. Everywhere we went. It was crazy. He didn't make a big deal out of it. He's actually very modest, honestly. I kind of feel weird. I always said I'd never overload my PC with RGB. Here I am buying a white RGB GPU. Yeah. Peckish, that was me, actually, before Shadowfax. The first PC I built as a content creator. I was kind of anti-RGB. I thought it was silly, but you got to remember that back in like when I built that PC, RGB was really niche and kind of cheesy and not good looking. What is diffusion? What even is diffusion back then? Like in the early 2010s, basically. That was a 4790K system. Yeah. Having it doesn't mean you need it to go full unicorn vomit all the time. That's true. Peckish, here's the thing. My recommendation, pick your favorite color. Set it. And I mean, when I say pick your favorite color, I'm not just saying randomly go through the wheel. I mean, really find your favorite color. Learn the hex code or the RGB values, okay? Mine is 6800 FF. That's electric indigo. And you can kind of see it everywhere in a lot of my elements here. Like really fine tune it. Find your favorite color, set it to that, lower the brightness, and let it glow. Not blind you, let it glow. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you've already kind of toned it down. I have never really been about the unicorn vomit, personally. Yeah, my PC has been 15317E since I bought it in 2019. Nice. Electric indigo is literally my favorite color as well. Yep, here's the problem, Peckish. That is really cool. And I always talk about purple. Electric indigo is actually more of a blurple, by the way. It's like 105 on red and about 255 in blue. So it's true purple is 255, 255, red and blue, no green. So it's more blurple. I just think it's so clean and it looks so good in RGB. But the problem is, Peckish, there is no Pantone for electric indigo. And I didn't know that mattered until I was trying to do merch. Like custom merch, not print random stuff on t-shirts and send them out to order. No, I was looking at doing something that was a lot of merch that I would get and then ship out myself. And I learned there's no Pantone from my brand color. Oh, I thought you were buying a Porsche? No. I don't know if I can express how lame I feel asking people not to cuss in chat, but like I don't want to have to worry about that with YouTube. People are getting their channel shut down for the weirdest things these days. But sorry, Mikey, I had to take chat off the screen for that. I don't always catch it either. No, you're good. You know what? I will time you out. You've done enough. I'll time you out. It'll take it off of there. There you go. Well, you'll never know now, Peckish. And I promise you guys, I swear all the time off camera. All the time. Like, it's ridiculous. But, hey. My current is blackout. All Noctua fans with only lights as white on the motherboard and the FE card. There you go. I see. That was... Once I became a content creator, I realized, like, I'm about PCs. I'm about computers. Like, I want to show my PC on stream... And I was like, this thing is gonna go nuts. I'm gonna find this. I've shown this a couple times on stream, but this is an old video, but it's been linked in most of my episodes of SI Weekly. Because if you look at where I had VIP CDK deals sponsoring the video, there was always a link that said, here's how it works. Okay? And that would go to this video. Let me find it. Like, this is so old that it has my old RGB version of it. It has an old version of RGB. But this showcases Shadowfax. And how long, I mean, this is from 4 years ago. How long I've been using Asia, and it's longer. It's like 4 years, 8 months, something like that. How long I've been using Asia Horse products, too. But that's the old RGB, by the way. Let's just skip this.
On PC part, put it all together, and it is glorious.
It's one of the first montages I ever did. Like, look at that. Those are the Asia Horse Matrix fans. And they were so dope. I had not seen anything like that before. And because it was in white, I did blue instead of purple, by the way. I eventually shifted it to purple. You better believe that. But you see, like, the Silverstone cooler, like, it had the snowflake look on it. I wanted this thing to be like as if Ed from TechSource did another Frost PC.
But then you turn it on, you realize...
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah. On the RAM.
After you installed Windows, you might have forgotten you realized something.
Anyways, this is the video where I show you how to use VIP CDK deals and do the thing. If I work with them again, I'm gonna need to redo it, basically. It's about time. But this was good. This was good for early Bray content. Yeah. Oh man, Horror Geek. By the way, Horror Geek. We haven't seen him in chat for a little while. Dude's busy, real busy. But he was the Horror Geek on Beat the Geek. By the way. OMG just stumbled onto a purple cookware set on Amazon. I was explaining this. I think I was explaining this to TJ when we were at Micro Center. So I may have mentioned this on the stream. But if you line up a bunch of identical products in terms of specs and price and all that in front of me, and one of them is purple, I'm immediately, my eyes just dart to that. And it's just a thing. It's just a thing up here. It just jumps out at me. Pantone screwed up. Now, I screwed up not choosing a Pantone color. I really should have done that. I should have learned from Sarah Butt on LTT. She's all about Pantones. Amazon is still listening, no doubt. No, probably. This stream is on Twitch. Why wouldn't they? Where's my music? Is it between songs right now? It is. Ah, sick track. Hell yeah. Gutsy, what's up? Howdy, just stumbled on your channel. Been watching the last few minutes. Hope your night and stream is going well. You've been watching during the minutes where I'm just like patting myself on the back for a very old video instead of me helping somebody, which there are people to help, but welcome to the stream. Let's see. Next is Three Rivers, actually. So, oh, no, Jesse, or Chick, no, I'm sorry. It's Cheekless. Cheekless, are you still here? Hitman, I need to put your link here. I need to get the link first. It's going to look a little weird. Oh, I can just get it here. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with that. Cheekless. Okay, let's see what you're doing. I don't know. I'm not sure how many more I can do tonight. It's already 37 minutes past when I was supposed to end the stream, but Cheekless has been waiting, so I'm going to do that one at least, okay? It's a parts list. It's a parts list for... I'm sorry, Jesse, I'm really sorry about that. I will be back doing this on Black Friday. I might do it on Thursday. It depends on how Ari feels. If Ari doesn't care if I stream... because we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, and no shade to anybody who does. It's just we choose not to. So you know, for those who want to hang out, who don't have family stuff going on or whatever, don't have anywhere to go. I like running stream on holidays like that, but we'll see how Ari feels about it. I think it was on Linus Tech because his wife used it and she bought a full set and it was no longer useful. It was on LTT. They had it was a short circuit thing actually, and Sarah Butt was showing it. It was your stream title that drew me in about a new PC for Black Friday. That's when my plan to upgrade on Black Friday or Cyber Monday, but I haven't done any research on what's out there for years. Well, Gutsy, that's what I do. I call it PC matchmaking. You see these right here are the results of people who have filled out the form that Stream Elements put in right after you said howdy. Which, of course, immediately I felt friendly towards you for that. I am from Texas. So, people who filled out that form get into this list to get help. And I will be doing this at the very least on Black Friday as well, probably earlier than 8 p.m. Central, when I usually start. And you would want to come in earlier because if you come in around this time on Black Friday is technically over. Not that the sales are going to change, but I actually have a few things that, like, I have the YouTube videos where I'm covering stuff. There is a video on Black Friday deals that's going to be coming out tomorrow on my YouTube channel, including, I briefly talked about it in this video because I talked about it a lot in last week's video, but I have a collab PC I did with a certain SI if your budget's around the 2K range. that is absolutely min-maxed to the nines, like motherboard, storage, power supply. Everything is super good in these PCs, and you have sort of some options to build it up too if you want. What are your thoughts on 8K display? Is too early. Nobody needs that. Yeah. But I will say, Gutsy, something to be aware of is, and I'm sure if you've been looking at all, you know about this, but RAM prices have surged, and same thing for storage. GPUs are next, which is going to be in early 2026. First time building a gaming PC, considering increasing the budget depending on what you think is best. Okay, so you're going to be building this yourself, right? You're not having Micro Center build it for you, correct? He disappeared. It's okay. I use your stream to do my parts list. Just wanted to find out about my motherboard. ARS Elite Wi-Fi 7 ICE AMD. For just gaming? Yeah, it's fine. Well, for just gaming, you don't have to worry too much about the motherboard's I/O or anything like that. Yeah. Chicles, it's, I hope I'm saying that correctly, by the way. It reminds me of, see, I used to live by the border when I was a kid. I'm in Texas. I used to live by the border of Mexico, and we used to go across, and we used to get the little chicles over there. I miss those. Takes me back. So I hope I'm saying that right. I think this is a year to retire my 11500 and 3070 Lenovo Legion. She's done me well, but it is struggling. Three Rivers, I'll say it is a rough year for that. Oh, not a rough year, a rough month for that. I do feel bad for anyone who waited for Black Friday, which is a lot of people. You're actually one of the first to say it right. It took me a couple tries because it wasn't with an S, but yeah, no. Hablas español. Poquitito. Whenever I'm asked, ¿hablas español? I'm like, más o menos. More or less. Dang it, now I want conchas. Never really liked conchas. I never really liked the texture of them. Like, they're too tough sometimes. Well, I feel bad for us who waited. Because prices surged. Because of the AI data centers across the world that are being built at record pace. Like at breakneck pace. So RAM prices have nearly tripled. Making them just kind of a sort of an afterthought of like, I just want to get a kit of RAM, to holy crap, this costs as much as a graphics card almost. Well, no, totally like as much as a graphics card, an entry-level one. And storage prices as well. Two absolutely necessary parts where you can't like really cheap out. Like you need to get solid RAM for your system. So, and that happened leading up to Black Friday. Since August, prices went like, they were going up like a little bit, and then they just went, whoa. Yeah. I did a video on that week before last. I'm getting back to YouTube content, and I'm trying to make it as helpful as possible. But I think the problem is I talk a lot about my my collab PC for Black Friday because we got around that. The company I went with, one of the most reputable and beloved companies within my community. They've been working with us for a long time. I work with a lot of SIs, but these guys have the best reputation, I would say, most consistently positive in our testimonials section on the Discord, meaning that community members who buy from them report back what the experience is like. And it's like 100% positive from Alexander PCs for years now. But they bought a ton of RAM, like the right amount of RAM for these systems. We're doing up to 100 of them, and they're collab PCs. I actually flew up to Chicago this last week to go up and do a build stream there, where I built two of them along with TJ, the owner, live on stream for the first two people that bought them, and it was really fun. I just assumed Black Friday would be the day for deals. That's what everybody did. You're not alone in that. That's everybody. It almost makes sense to go with AM4 at this point, considering DDR5. Not FGN. DDR4 is skyrocketing too. It's way up there too. Does not make sense. Yeah. But anyways, Yeah, Jesse, that motherboard's great. That's a great looking motherboard. It'll work perfectly for what you're doing. So let's go to the Parkville, Maryland Micro Center and put together a system for gaming. 1440. Well, you don't know actually. Okay, so their explanations, Chicles, the explanations are there in the options. For most people and for your budget, I would say 1440p is the golden is like the Goldilocks place you want to go for your resolution for your monitor that you're going to get if you don't already have one. Because 4K looks awesome and sharp and beautiful, but it's much harder to run. Like for your hardware to run. 1080p is a lot easier for your hardware to run, but it's lower resolution. That's why it's easy. Right in between that is 1440p. It is better graphical fidelity, better frame rates, better graphical fidelity than 1080p, better frame rates in 4K. That's the way to go, I would say, for you. Will NVMe be skyrocketing also? I mean, yeah, that's storage. Yes, that's when I say storage, that's what I mean. It really sucks these spikes are happening at this point in the DDR5 life cycle. I guess we're in that phase. I mean, look, DDR5 right now costs like it did when it launched. That's what we're looking at. It was this insanely expensive when it launched too, which was a big, big reason for slower adoption of 7000 series Ryzen and the AM5 platform. But yeah, we're going to Micro Center now. I promise. I told you we were. We don't need that. We don't need that. And we're going to Parkville, Maryland. So let me ask you this. Chicles, what is the actual maximum budget for your PC? What I mean is, you chose a range of 1,500 to 2,000. That helps with my charts and stuff that I get from the forum. But I need to know the actual solid number, not a range, of money dollars you can spend on your PC. So like 1850 or whatever that number is. But what's up, Dark Style Tech? Welcome to the stream. And to think I was waiting for the price to drop after the holidays. It's going to keep going up. If you're going to buy stuff, you need to do it like now. It is not slowing down. Right now, what we're dealing with is price hikes. Eventually, it's going to be shortages and price hikes, meaning scalping as well. Like if you need that, it's not going to be as bad as GPUs probably. GPUs are eventually going to reach that as well in like late Q1 2026 into Q2 probably. I don't know when that's exactly going to happen, but it's going to happen because there's going to be scarcity with VRAM as well. But right now, we're just dealing with price spikes, like price increases that are orders of magnitude over the original price. That's eventually going to be, you just can't get it. I'll say 2,500. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, chat. I'm not going to do it. Okay. Just so you know, there is a 2,000 to 2,500 option in the budget choices. And it does say, with a lot of embellishment, what is your... Oh, that's the wrong button again. Sorry. What is your maximum budget for the PC? What What is your
maximum
budget for the PC in
US dollars?
That's how you should read that in your head, by the way. That's what that means. Including here, where it's like, this should
not
include
taxes or shipping
and should be separate from your budget for a monitor. You see, that's how that reads. So that when you're looking at these, you're like, oh, I feel like choosing this, but my budget's actually 2,500. There you go. Okay, moving on. We're done. With that, I mean, we're not done helping you. So you want the PC to be black. You're looking for boutique. Now, you're not getting it built for you, but that means that we're going to put some attention into the other components, not just into CPU and GPU. Tanmay says Radeon has already announced 10% increase in BOM cost on their GPUs to AIB. For those who don't know, that means bill of materials. Yeah. Raspberry Q4 2026 will be interesting with early LPDDR6. I mean, that's going to be expensive regardless. It was. It always is. Whenever something new launches, it will be. I mean, $2,500 for 1440p. We're really not limited at all here on CPU. We can go 9800X3D, but I need to ask just to see whether it'll actually matter. Chicles, what kind of games are you planning on playing? The fee for them to build it is $250. I tend to prefer having that be outside the budget, so that would make your budget, well, I mean, in any case, it would make your budget, either budget is still $2,500 and you pay the $250 separately, or it's your budget's now $2,250. If you want to build it yourself, you will save that money. That is a very solid amount of how much you would be saving. That's one of the benefits of Micro Center. You know exactly how much you save by building it yourself. The scalper period was supposed to be over, but it keeps coming back. Oh, that's because people keep paying scalping prices. But the problem is we need RAM, we need storage. I was talking to an SI earlier that literally bought thousands of SSDs and RAM kits to try and get in ahead of this. That's going to affect retail availability. FIFA, Call of Duty. Okay, 9800X3D for Call of Duty. Okay, got it. $429 is not bad for a 9800X3D. That's like $50 under standard MSRP, or what it has been before. You want a black PC, so we get a black motherboard. I'm going to say this. If you are not planning on building this yourself, I have a recommendation over Micro Center here. There's a reason for this. Micro Center, their same-day build fee and their warranties are actually expensive. Like, they're pricey. It's like they act like a boutique builder. Right now, there's an option that is temporary. It is limited edition, where you actually have lifetime warranty and the PC is the same cost as building it yourself. I'm not kidding. That is my collab PC with Alexander PCs. And it's right in your price range. And you're doing 1440p gaming. So it's perfect. Check this out, all right? Micro Center's great, but if you have them build it for you and you don't, like, you're already paying, let me just be clear, okay? Micro Center has fees that will bite you. Same day build fee is $250. There used to be a $150 option if you got an air cooler. They got rid of that. Doesn't matter. It's $250. To be fair, it is a same day build fee. So you get your PC a lot sooner. That's a lot of money. Secondly, if you want a warranty beyond 30 days, it starts at like 250 more bucks. It varies a little bit depending on the cost of your PC, to be clear. If you want 3 years, that's like 300 bucks. So you're talking about over $500 for getting it pre-built by them instead of building it yourself. This PC is one where I handpicked every component. There is not a single thing in here that is not, I did not obsess over. And it's the same price as a PC part picker list, where you order the parts and build it yourself. So let me show you this. Check this out. I just got to go to gaming PCs and this one here, the Begenair 2025. If we go 9800X3D, 5070 Ti, $2498 before my $50 discount. Shipping included. Lifetime warranty included. And if you're like, oh, yeah, yeah, lifetime warranty. Yeah, sure. go to the Discord and look up Alexander PCs in the SI Testimonials group of channels. That is a channel where people now for a few years have been putting their stories of buying from Alexander PCs and how awesome it's been. I don't put my name on a PC from just anybody. This thing is absolutely sick. It is right in your price range. Shipping is included. Lifetime warranty is included, and you get to pick the cable extension colors of your choice. 9800X3D 5070 Ti. Done. This can do 4K gaming, so it's going to be even better for 1440p, even higher frame rates for 1440p. I have gamed in 4K on this GPU on the 5070 Ti for, I don't know, months, and it's awesome. You were going to say the Black Friday would fit the criteria. Look, right down there. Right down there. Three Rivers knows what's up. So because you're like, what if I just have Micro Center build it? This is a limited run Black Friday deal. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's not going to end on Black Friday. We're going to keep them running probably till December 1st or until we run out. But one of the things that makes this OP is that TJ, when we settled on the specs, he bought a bunch of these kits of RAM to get in before the price hikes kept going. It still is increased price, but this is what has gotten it to where it is cheaper than a PC part picker list. Now, Cheekliz, if you're not sure what I mean by that, check out the last video on my YouTube channel. Actually, we'll just go to it now. I'll show you. Hold on. I'm going to come out here to do this. Channel dashboard, content. We made the perfect Black Friday PC. There it is. Ignore this only 10 units left. I think that's just something that... Okay. So this is where I go over the DIY parts list price comparison. Where's the total? This is for the $2,000 version, the base version, by the way. Let me see, like the Core Ultra 265K version, that is around the same price that the X670E gaming Wi-Fi, gaming plus Wi-Fi usually costs. So yeah, after $4. There you go. So you see this. This is 2023 and 83 cents. This, by the way, was like a week and a half ago. The prices for RAM have continued to increase, but still, it doesn't matter. 2023 and 83 cents. And that's compared to this right here. 265K, 5070. 2048 before my $50 discount, which makes it $1998. Literally cheaper than building it yourself. And that is with shipping included and the lifetime warranty. This is an insane deal. So you're actually the first person who's come in looking for a PC that is right in the price range. And even though you're just talking about gaming on it, you could make this a streaming machine. You could make it an editing PC. You could do a lot with this because I spent so much time obsessing over the motherboard, the storage that's in it, the CPU, GPU selections, everything in here. So what? Okay. This is a little insider baseball here. What TJ told me is like, what he said is this, and of course, whatever. This is weird for someone who owns a business to say, but y'all have to understand, Alexander PCs has been working with our community. We're the only community that has a discount code with Alexander PCs. We've been working together for years now. Okay. TJ said, I'm not doing this collab to make money. I'm doing this for the community. Now that would raise red flags until you actually see that part picker list. Like, yo, how are they making anything? Unless you really enjoy building your own PC, I would always recommend opting for letting Micro Center or a boutique build install for you at the same price point. So, Razrael, that's the thing, Alexander PCs is a boutique builder, which comes with build fees and price market because they do lower volume than a high volume seller, meaning they have to have higher profit margin in order to just keep the lights on and keep their people paid well. But Alexander PCs sees it as the community has treated us well. They've given us the opportunity to treat the community well. And this is for the community. And they're doing up to 100 of these. However many sell, great. But the limit is up to 100. So, yeah. If you want to know more about this, Chicles, look at the last video, this video that I was just showing, the last video on my YouTube channel. There is 56 minutes of me explaining every component that goes into it. And then at the end, explaining the price difference between building it yourself and buying it from Alexander PCs. And that was, again, a week and a half ago. The price for DIY has gone up because of RAM and storage prices. Dark Style Tech knows what's up. It is a good price. Now, you could look at like a high volume seller and say, oh, you could spend a few $100s less and get this, this, and that. Yes. What motherboard does that have? What kind of storage does it have? Oh, it says Gen 4. Okay, what drive is it? Because there is budget Gen 4 M.2s, and then there's the good stuff with onboard DRAM cache, like the KC3000 from Kingston that we used here. It's so good. Like, everything about this is like next level. We did not cut any corners. It's freaking beautiful. I just love the fact that I get to do this. I'm just a dude in a room, as I like to say. I'm just a guy talking about computer, yelling about computers on the internet. And now there's an ad because I'm on the internet. So I'll stop there. Three Rivers says, I'm debating scraping up some extra pennies for this one versus the pre-built I submitted. Hopefully I can get my old PC parts sold to make up the difference. Three Rivers, like, to be clear, if you are really trying to do price to performance and get the highest end CPU and GPU for your money dollars, like, I get that. That's not what this is. There's both the Intel and AMD versions of this have really good quality motherboards with great I/O and all those things. I looked at PCIe block diagrams and I looked at all of that when I was choosing. It was a 2-3 hour phone call when I was picking these parts. And then other stuff off that call as well, as I was like debating this and that. Oh, by the way, guys, little fun fact. Oh, well, I'll wait till the ad's over. Okay, fun fact. I actually, in that part picker list I put together for the video, I undersold the Bits Power AIO. It has daisy chaining fans that are high quality. It has the infinity mirror effect, a big old cold plate. It has all these nice things on it. And I put it towards like an $80 Cooler Master because it's not sold at retail. The Bits Power is for SIs only. I wish they sold it at retail because I installed one of these. It's sick. It's really nice. It's actually, if it were retail, it would be about $120. So I undersold it by like $40. And we still beat the PC part picker price. This is awesome. There you go. There you go. I just did that. So, Chicles, you did get silent on me. Did I get too enthusiastic? Because you're not saying anything anymore, and I'm worried. At $2,500 with lifetime warranty, that's on point. Remember, it starts at under $2,000. And let's talk about that real quick, okay? That PC that is under $2,000, there is an option for a 20-core CPU that is tied for the second best consumer-grade desktop CPU for Premiere Pro. The Core Ultra 7 265K. If you're doing gaming and other stuff like streaming, content creation, whatever, this CPU is the best deal on the market for CPUs. 20 cores. Quick sync. We didn't go to 65KF. Who do you think I am? I don't put an F in there. I would say get the F out of there. I hate F-SKU CPUs. No, this has the integrated GPU that can do quick sync with Premiere Pro, and that means it matches the 9950X 3D, which costs 3 times the price in Premiere Pro performance. All alliteration aside, this is, without a doubt, One of the best Black Friday deals you'll get out there. And I'm biased, yeah, but also I back that up with an almost hour-long video, like telling you every single detail. So yeah, starting at under $2,000, you can have lifetime warranty, shipping included. You can get started on video editing with this thing. You can bump it up to the 64 gigs of RAM if you want. 5070 does have 9th gen NVENC, which is awesome for streaming, encoding, all that stuff. It's really, really good. Of course, it's an encoder. It's an NVIDIA encoder, but yeah. I love that. Refuse to put KF in any gaming machine. My thing is, I don't know why system integrators use FSKUs at all. If you're trying to provide remote support to a customer and that is probably having GPU issues, you want to bypass the GPU. How are you going to do that with FSKU? Congratulations, you saved 20 bucks and you played yourself. Now you have to pay for the RMA. Good job, company. You almost said black market deals. I did. 265K is great for Revit and Blender too. Absolutely. Core counts matter with Blender and such. So there is another thing. I don't know how many have sold, but let me show you this real quick here. There's a little bonus, a free bonus that you'll only know about from me telling you that you can get. And it's pretty awesome. Hold on. This was from the... Oh, no, it's only on Twitch. One second. I got to go to Twitch for this. Okay, that's it. Like, also, we could have gone with the cheapest RAM possible. No, this is Kingston Fury Renegade RGB. This is very good RAM. DDR5 6000 CL30, 10 nanosecond first word latency. The stuff you want for a 9700X, 9800X 3D. Also works amazingly with Intel. But check it out. Bam. Bam. This is a little bonus that, as far as I know, when I left, there were 9 of these left. You see this thing right here? Hold on. Also, there's a screen that can show, once it's set up, your CPU temps, GPU temps on the case, which is really nice. This didn't have the custom cable to it yet, but it does have the one streamer cable. But look at that. Look at that right there. I'm passing it up. This fan shroud right here, this fan grill, was 3D printed by a community member, goes by the name of Ameridan. He made 12 of these. 3 of them were spoken for by the time I left. And we told people, if you... that's our buddy RGB, by the way. That's that guy right there. If you order one of these, you can reply to the order confirmation email saying, I'd like an RGB fan grill. If there's any left, you get it for free. And it looks dope in front of an RGB fan. And look at how the freaking cooler looks. It's awesome. This is one of my favorite motherboards of all time. Y'all have heard me rant about how great this thing is. I would say rave. I raved about it. The one I submitted is same ballpark bones, but as you said, there were many corners cut, like 5200 CL, 40 RAM, Team Group 3.0 NVMe, 80 plus silver PSU, ASRock B650. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, if this is up your alley, like this motherboard, if you go AMD, I've been talking about the X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi from MSI for ages about how amazing this motherboard is. It is so flipping good. It hits on every point. Tame says, I'm jelly of the Micro Center prices. So when an SI beats Micro Center prices, I'm so sad I can't buy it in India. I know. I'm sorry, Tame. I know. The shipping to get it there would cost more than the PC, or about as much. So yeah, a lot of information to take in, but yeah, I'll probably skip going with Micro Center and go with this build. That's what I'm talking about. So let me give you the details. All right, here's what you got to do. Let me just get the base PC here. Here we go. And here's what you got to do. You go in, and if you want to have this maxed out for what you're using your PC for, choose a 9800X3D and either the 5070 Ti if you want to have the capability of going 4K if you want, or you can go 9070 XT. From what I understand, the 9070 XT in 1440p can actually beat the 5070 Ti, specifically in Call of Duty. Something to consider. Okay? You should be fine with 32 gigs of RAM. You're not streaming, you're not editing video, you're good with 32 gigs of RAM. That actually puts you at $2328 before my $50 discount. So this is a link to the system. So click 9800X3D and 9070XT for your use case if you're playing Call of Duty. That's what I would recommend. And put in this code. Code Braethorn. That takes $50 off this price. You are absolutely slapping Micro Center across the face with this. Sorry, Micro Center, but with like those fees and that warranty fee, you played yourself. X670-E, yes, or X670E is what it is. Not -E, just X670E. It says -E in the product the product description thing. It's just X670E. Forget the dash. I saw that. I didn't find it worth really mentioning to TJ, but I might mention it anyway. Yeah, it says -E, but it's just E. If I had an XM license, I would be pricing money, but I need to spend quarterly over $1 million US minimum to qualify. Well, get to it. Printing money. Yeah, get to it, Tanmay. It's good to have goals. I ate the cost of that warranty on my build. It cuts into your parts. It cuts into your performance. Like I want to say again. Anytime you hear lifetime warranty, you'll feel like that's a red flag. If you're worried about that, don't let me convince you that you shouldn't worry about it. Join the Discord if you're not already on there. Go over to SI Testimonials. It's a group of channels there, and look at Alexander PCs. Go back as far as you want. You can go back a couple of years and see all the insanely positive stuff people say, including when they have an issue. Look, getting your PC from a boutique builder does not mean you're never going to have a problem. It's a computer running Windows 11, okay? It can, just like any other computer, can have problems. That doesn't mean the company has failed. In fact, that's an opportunity for that company to then succeed and show you what kind of service you're going to get throughout that warranty duration. It's an opportunity. Yeah, I was sold when you compared a pricey 3-year warranty to a lifetime warranty. It makes a difference. If you saw that, and actually, we can just do this real quick. Build it for me. That doesn't allow me to do it because I have to have all the parts in there. Then it shows you the $200-300 for the 2 and 3 year warranties respectively. And this is just, yeah. Like I said, don't let me sell you on the warranty. Go read what actual buyers within our community have said. They took the time, and I ask that y'all do this too. Whenever you buy a pre-built, whoever you buy it from, if the SI that you got it from is not in the list, there's a channel just for requesting that we add them. Share your story. Share your experience. You might be feeling like, hey, finding this channel, finding this community, because yeah, the community is really awesome too. You really should join the Discord. You might feel like finding this community helped me so much. That's your chance to contribute and to help other future people coming in, people who are already in the Discord who haven't bought yet, all of that. You can help other people in the community just by sharing your experience. And I don't care whether it's good or bad. If you have a bad experience with Alexander PCs, we absolutely need to know that. And you know who else really needs to know that? Alexander PCs. Because there's a lot of times where you might have a bad experience but not really say anything and you're just kind of feeling about it. No, Tell them where they can improve. TJ is obsessed with backing up this warranty. He will, like, unless you're there like pouring water onto your running PC and just like, let's void our warranty today. He will do whatever it takes to make sure you have a running PC. He feels like that's half of his job. I'm speaking for him right now, but I know the dude, okay? We've known each other for years now. Go read other people's stories about it. Don't let me sell you just because I'm enthusiastic. I'm not I'm not here to sell stuff. I mean, I guess I kind of am when I do a collab PC, but like the reason I get enthusiastic is because I really believe in it. I'm looking at the wrong camera. I'm sorry. The reason I get really enthusiastic is because I believe in it. That is why. I should really just move that camera right next to the other lens. So even if I'm looking at the wrong one, it almost looks kind of right. Maybe like I'm reading a teleprompter. Anyway, I got distracted. Three River says, I do motovlogging. Oh, that's sick. Video editing, gaming, 1440p. Think I'll need 64 gigs or is 32 good enough on this? I don't do anything fancy, just cut up short clips to share with my buddies. 32 gigs should be fine for you, Three Rivers, depending on sort of the bit rate of the video that you're cutting. If you're doing like 4K ProRes or RAW, what ProRes, whatever, 4K RAW. If you're doing like 4K RAW footage or like 6K footage or it's like 6K open gate, 8K footage, whatever. Then yeah, as you're scrubbing through that footage, it's making frames or taking frame previews and loading them into your RAM. And the more pixels in those frames, it loads it up into your RAM so that you can scrub through it quickly, right? Like a preview thing. The more pixels in those frames, the more space it takes up in your RAM. If you're just doing like smartphone footage and you set it so you like, maybe if you really get into editing, you'll learn about proxies. I highly recommend it. Even if you have 128 gigs of RAM, it doesn't matter. Proxies just make the software run better. Always recommended. I wish I would follow my own recommendation. I'm really bad about that. But anyways, do as I say, not as I do. If you're doing really high quality footage, even if you're just doing a little bit, you don't want laggy software to interrupt the creative flow. That's like one of the worst things that can happen to you is just lagging. So you'll be like, oh, I'll come back to this later. And then will you really? 8K 360. Maybe do the 64 gigs of RAM. This is probably going to be the best deal you will get right now on a 64 gig kit of RAM. Deadboy Unknown says, is this an ad for software? No. What do you mean? There's a computer on the screen. What do you mean? Unless you're watching an ad, Deadboy, I don't know. Yeah, you're Three Rivers. You're gonna want. Okay, so let's compare real quick. Okay, if we go and look at PC Part Picker right now, let's take a look. Sorry, I just jumped on listening to you endorse something pretty well. Thank you. It's actually, I just really am enthusiastic about this PC because look, Deadboy Unknown. The TLDR or TLDW or TLDL didn't listen, whatever, is that I have a collab PC I did with a company that is really well regarded within the community because they've been, I mean, I work with a bunch of PC building companies that I've built trust with. This is the #1 in the community basically for years now. But we put together a PC that is cheaper than that. It's fully warranted, built, shipped, everything for less money than just ordering the parts on a PC part picker list and building it yourself, which is crazy. Anybody who got to be a part of that process would be enthusiastic about it, I feel, especially with RAM prices and storage prices as they are right now. I didn't mean to switch that. I meant to switch. I'm never going to get used to this as a Stream Deck, okay? It's just really weird. I keep forgetting what's where. Oh, you're building. Nice. Sorry, my bad. No problem, dead boy. Hey, I mean, if you think it was, I must be really convincing, I guess. And I'm not trying to be, I promise. I just like get excited, you know? Like Senku over here. Get excited. You know, he says that. And I don't know, whatever. So let's look at this kit of RAM, okay? Currently, if you look at, oh, this is out of stock. Actually, you can't even buy this. You can't even buy this memory that we have, that we bought like 100 kits of for this collab PC. You can't even get it now. And if you could, it is $360. Look at the price history. This is one of the secrets to how we got it better than the part picker list, okay? What if you go to the 64 gigs? Let's see the price difference. It's currently $360. Two by 32. Kingston. DDR5 6000 CL30. $762. Now let me change that up. Hold up. We're gonna
$762.43.
What the f? I mean, just Jesus. It's $400 more. $400 more. Jeez. Okay. All right. What does the price change when you go to 64 gigs on the Legionnaire 2025? $200 price increase. $200. Had I not shown you how absolutely the market is right now, that might seem like a lot of money. Oh, no. It is not. That is absolutely a bargain, and I hate to say it, but that's like what it was in August. That's what the price difference was in August, okay? I think the phrase more than fair comes to mind. So Three Rivers, there you go. Ricky Happy Feet says, I just bought my first gaming PC from Alexander PCs, thanks to you. Absolutely. And I realized the last part of this stream seems like absolute glazing Alexander PCs. This must be the only company he ever talks about. We literally did a PC with another SI. We did Micro Center PCs earlier that were going to be built by the person buying the parts and all that. We did other stuff, okay? It's just that this one, I when I talk about this thing, I cannot help it. I literally can't help it. It's just that freaking dope with the way the market is completely screwed right now. Insert slamming credit card on the table meme here. Yeah, shut up and take my money, right? So if you're wanting to edit video, 265K, I know, AMD is the only thing that you should buy. No, it's not. If you're editing video, 265K is the best deal on the market, hands down. I'll show you the charts if you want to see them. I got them right here. I got them ready to go. 265K is matched to the 9950X 3D. Here, I'm sorry, I'm zoomed in. The second place is a tie, pretty much. It's a difference of like double digits in a 5-digit number, okay? It's like a 60-point difference. 265K is matched with a 9950X 3D. This CPU is 3 times the price of the 265K. 3 times the price. This is a 20-core CPU. This is 16. It has 32 threads. That is a benefit. But that doesn't do it a lot of good, does it? Because of QuickSync. The 285K, which costs almost double the price of the 265. Not really. It's like 60% more, something like that. 60% more? 40% more? Something like, I don't know. It depends on pricing. Sometimes the 265K is like $250, while the 285K is like $570. Sometimes this is discounted, so it changes a little bit. But it's not a huge difference. Like, this is the best deal on the market right now. I don't know, man. Like, I can't. We did so good. We did a good thing. I'm so freaking proud of this. The problem, I think, is that there's a lot of people who are really practiced at sounding like that when they don't actually care or when something is a mediocre deal. Like, I sound like a QVC guy right now, banging the cheap fake katana on the table before it breaks and then stabs him in the chest or whatever. That's a clip that's really scary and funny. But yeah. No, so you do this 265K, 5070 or 5070 Ti, and 64 gigs of RAM. You have a rad editing PC right there for $2248 before my $50 discount. Yes, there's a $50 discount, even though we already got this thing to an insane price. It's just my name, Code Braithorn. All right, it's right there. It's right there in the thing. Just copy paste that into the coupon code thing. It doesn't honestly change anything for me. Like, because this is a collab PC, yes, it does support what I do, by the way. But if you want to save extra, put the code in. It doesn't do anything for me, just for you. Like, you can not put the code in and it'll still support the channel, do all that stuff. I'm not doing another one tonight, guys. Like, it's already how far, like 3 Rivers, it works out because this is honestly good for you too. Let me, you're thinking about it. Sure. Like, I'll let you think about that. That's up to you. If not, come back on Friday. I'm going to be probably streaming extra time on Friday. Okay. That is Black Friday. I might even be streaming vertically on like Instagram. We'll see. I don't know if I want to do that, honestly, but hey, maybe. But I'm going to give you that. Oh, like the thing is, 3 Rivers, every price jump is optimized as much as possible by finding the best deals on reputable like PNY GPUs are a great deal, and the 5070s are PNYs. They're awesome. PNY knows how to make a really good GPU because they made all the enterprise ones, your Quadro cards and all of those. Oh, my back is hurting. I'm gonna need to get off stream here in a bit. GGT Cold, what's up? I bought an iBuyPower Slate gaming PC and I need to do a secure boot for Call of Duty. Okay. I wish you luck with that. Oh, you need my help. Okay. Well, I would just follow a YouTube video on that. That's going to be way easier to follow along with than me. And also, as Tanmay said, it should be enabled by default. Maybe. But sometimes secure boot is not enabled by default. I don't know if I would say that, Tanmay, really. But no, watch a YouTube video or talk to whatever. Talk to iBuyPower. iBuyPower can walk you through it as well. They have really good customer support. Oops. What am I doing? Oh, my hands are out of place here. Hold on. So 3 Rivers. There you go. I see that your budget was $1,500 to $2,000. I see that. This was also, and Chicles, I know that you said you were down with this as well, so I will put that link for you there, and also for you, 3 Rivers. There you go. Don't forget that code. The thing is, guys, it's really hard for me to justify recommending anything else for anybody that's around $2,000, because whenever I look at this, let me make this make sense to you. And it'll just take a second. When I look at random Black Friday deals, I don't know what's in most of those. I don't know all the parts that's in most of those. This thing, I do. I don't know how those other PCs stack up versus doing DIY. With this PC, I do. Basically, Alexander PCs has handed me the ability around that price point to recommend to anyone between $2,000 to $2,500. That whole price range. And it just do little upgrades in there, bam. And anyone who gets it will know. I couldn't have built this for cheaper. Micro Center could not have built this for cheaper. It's crazy. So that's my recommendation. It's real easy. Yo! Oh, man, the timing. Okay. Well, there that is. Has Agent rating with a party of 13. Let's go, nerds. What is up, Has Agent and Raiders? As you may surmise from my reaction to that, I am just about done. I'm actually an hour over on my stream. An hour and a half over on my stream. So what's up, Chris? How's it going? Let me drop a shout out there. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you've been well. Glad you're over so we can get under. It's an old meme, but it checks out. I'm saying what you said was sus. Been okay? Hope your stream went well. Hope you have a good night. You as well. Go take your screen break and get some snacks. Get some sleep. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for trusting me with your community. I'm not sure how I feel about you bringing Chris in here as an agent of chaos, but he might have shown up anyway. So. So, for those of you who are on the list, Vanshot, looking at you. You just joined. Quiet Gamer, you've been on the list for a while here. I helped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people tonight. I'm an hour over on stream. I'm going to be streaming on Black Friday. Through probably early after. I'm going to try to aim for like maybe 4 p.m. Central. So 4 hours earlier than I start. But what I need you to do is this. Jump in the Discord and keep an eye on the announcements channel, or just follow me on Twitter. Either way, I'm going to announce on both of those when I'll be streaming the Black Friday stuff. Or follow and turn on notifications so that when I go live, it'll be like, hey, this person's live. Well, if you follow on Twitter, it'll say that, yeah. And remember, code Brayathorn. Yo, there you go. You got it. You knew the assignment. Can you coach me on Metroid, please? Where you can tell has that Psycho Stick is good music. Psycho Stick is good music. Find a Vegas on Black Friday. I'll try to catch some Brayathorn stream. Nice. All right. Did you see? I don't know. If, you probably already heard me rant about my collab PC, so I don't need to tell you about that. But dude, looking at the deals now, it's still one of the best deals out there. It's crazy good, dude. I just looked at the price difference between 32 gigs and 64 gigs of Kingston Fury Renegade DDR5. It goes from $360 to almost $800. The upgrade on our system, $200, from 32 gigs of RAM to 64. Crazy. But yeah, I'll be back on. I don't know. I might stream Thursday, but I don't think so. I'm not going to plan that out. Just follow me on Twitter or get the notifications on for the channel, either on Twitch or on YouTube, and keep an eye out if you're on the list. Now, if you're on the list, you're not going to lose your place. You stay on the list. You're there. You filled out the form. Thank you. You're on there. At the very latest, come back on Black Friday. I'll help you out. But also, if you missed that, I'll help you out Cyber Monday or Sunday. Cyber Sunday? Same thing. The lines have blurred on all the dates for the sales and the things. There it is. It's going to be the best deal at that price point for a while. Cinema. Got to get to bed too. Have a good rest of your... Oops, sorry. Have a good rest of your stream. I'm done. I'm raiding. If you don't mind, lurk a little bit. Lurk for... Give me 90 seconds while I raid somebody. 90 seconds. You don't even have to say nothing. You know, big number make people happy. That's... Yeah. This will do. Let's see who we can raid. All right, we're raiding Emmett. That's that. Let's raid Emmett. It's a small raid, but mighty. Let's do that. Just like that. Honestly, yeah. Let's raid Emmett. He came back from. Ask him how it was in the Upside Down, because he just came back from Australia. If you're watching on YouTube, and you want to join for this and maybe find a new favorite streamer, particularly if you like retro gaming and speedruns. He's actually playing Hades 2 right now. Not really retro, is it? Click the link in the description for the Twitch channel. Come on, join over, and let's raid. But Vanshot and Quiet Gamer, we'll see you back here on Friday, I hope, during Black Friday, and we'll find you the best deal we can. And I hope you all have a happy holiday. If you celebrate Thanksgiving, then I hope you have a good time. If you don't, I hope you have a good Thursday, and I'll see you Friday. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!